Hello, gamers and gamerettes. Looks like the stream for CitizenCon has just started. If you haven't seen already, in the description, I have a link to where you can join in on our bingo. You just I'll grab the link for the chat. If you haven't already, use the link. Click on that, and it'll generate you. Hey, Vince, what's up? It'll generate you a bingo card, and that you will be able to join and follow along with your own unique bingo card of things, and we're going to tick them off as we go along. And I've got a bunch of ships to give away as well. Let me just pull up what I've got. At the moment, I've got to give away with our bingo. I've got an Origin 100i with LTI, the Foundation Festival paint, and a copy of Star Citizen. Got an Aurora MR with LTI and the Foundation Festival paint and Star Citizen digital download. We've got a pack of the Fury LX, which is the racing variant, and a Mustang Alpha, both with LTI and the Star Citizen digital download. We've got an Avenger Titan with LTI and the Solar Winds paint and a digital download. I got another Mustang Alpha with LTI. I've got the Drake Cutter with LTI and the Ghoulish Green Halloween paint, plus a copy of the Star Citizen digital download. And of course, we've got the brand new Crusader A1 Spirit with LTI, the Ardent paint, and a copy of the Star Citizen digital download. So they're all in. How you doing, Baron? How you doing, very Trevor? How's it, boys? So yeah, it's 4 a.m. here in Australia, and I'm fucking tired. I tried to get some sleep, but I didn't until like just before I, had to get up probably like half an hour before it started. I got up. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at the YouTube stream. All right, it looks like we've got a good signal coming through. The particles flying through space look like they're of good quality, so that's good to know. I was worried. I was gonna test out the stream last night, but I already scheduled it, and it was like, all right, well, if you wanna do a stream now, well, since you've already scheduled it, you'll have to make a new stream key, and then this or that. And I was like, no. Hey, Brett. First stream call. Well, I haven't done many. I've only done like a few since I've been doing Star Citizen stuff. Chat took a minute to catch up. It might just be that I read it really late, which is very true. I'm clicking around on stuff. But yeah, so I haven't had much sleep. Congratulations to me. But I'm super excited for this. So once again, here's the link to the... This is to get yourself a bingo card. We've got a bunch of stuff to give away. And there may be more to give away as we go along, because these are all things that CIG have sent me to do for giveaways over the past months. But it's work doing competitions, you guys. And so... and so they've kind of just been stacking up. And so this is an excuse to offload them. And they have mentioned that there's an unannounced ship that I will apparently be getting to be able to give away. So not only are we giving away the brand new Crusader A1 Spirit with LTI and stuff, but there may be something else. I don't even know what it's going to be. I've got on the bingo like card, one of the options is one thing I think it might be, which is the Zeus M2 being straight to flyable. But for those who don't know, this bingo is it's not just the same card. We've all got different we've all got sort of a different option and different a different combination So if you click that link, you'll get your own sort of unique thing. Make sure to edit your username so it's the same once on YouTube, so I know who I'm talking to. And then that way, yeah. And the way we're going to work is that if you hit a bingo, screenshot that, and you got to email it to my email. That's also in the description. I've got all the rules in the description if you want to check it out. But it'll be in case of a tie. That way, I'll have something that has like a timestamp on it, and I'll know where to email the codes for the ships to. So I know it's a little extra. Effects. Stoke for CitizenCon with Dead. Yes, my skull scrapers. Slowly. Yeah, I'm excited. What do you guys think we're going to actually see? Like, because the past couple of months have been pretty quiet, hey? Like, they've really been quiet on what they've been sort of working on for a long while. And since we haven't had a CitizenCon for, or like a live one for years, you can tell that they were like keeping things close to their chest. Man, I don't have a PC, nor can I buy. I just really like this game. That's nice. Yeah, Polaris is ready. You reckon? I hope the Polaris is ready, but I don't think it is. Or at least there might be some, manipulation on their roadmap for it. God, correct. Also wrapped up in PR. Yeah, but that's half of the fun of look, Star Citizen you have to admit, even as much as it drives us crazy, there's something about the having something to bitch about and having something to talk about with each other that is a part of the attraction, like a bit of the drama, a bit of the when am I gonna get this, why didn't we get that, like kind of does keep it interesting. Well, it is confirmed like Pyro is playable there at the moment. Those computers on the layout all have a playable version of Pyro. And I know that like the plushie that's in that gift pack is the Zeus M2, but it's the no, not Zeus M2, it's the original Zeus.
This is the sound of my voice.
It's Jared. I think it brings people together like
Can
conflict.
you hear me?
True. Yes, we can hear you, dickhead. Like, I don't know. It's the... I don't know. Yeah, well, SIV, yeah. Like, ship tractor beams. I would like if they were hiding the fact that that's sort of ready to go. Because ship tractor beams is something that will actually add a significant amount of fun and unique gameplay, I think.
One more time. This is the sound of my voice.
Tempered expectations due to letdowns?
What a
Yeah.
good-looking voice.
But that's fun as well. We get to be let down
If you can hear my
together.
voice, type voice in chat.
Oh, thank you back, Carla.
I had it too close to my mouth.
The fishing cut here. I was so self-conscious about that fishing thing. Every time I do something that's so stupid, I feel really self-conscious. I'm like, there's a good chance everyone's gonna cringe so hard.
Whose house? Ron's house. Dance with me, Anthony. Whose house?
Join the party a bit late. Rules are bingo card whenever they present mentions and topic correct. The way we're gonna go with the bingo is hit when I say it's hit.
No, it's certainly not the voice of that. Maybe the other place.
So we're gonna
successful audio check. We're gonna be live with a pre-show at approximately 10:30 Pacific. We'll see you then.
Oh, Jared. 10:30 Pacific. Okay, that's like 20 minutes. What was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Jared fucked me up. You just made me cringe for me. Yay. Yeah, it's a hard one. It honestly, I do find the ones that I think are probably going to be the most cringe end up being ones people like, which is probably a sign that I'm around like minds. Oh yeah, the way they're going to do bingo. So the bingo rules are in the description. So like when they happen, I'm going to call them. And that's when you can click it, but you can tell me, you can be like, oh, does this count as it's got to be a full row. Yeah, it's got to be a full 5 from row to row, for it. And people, well, we're starting the bingo. Here we go. I'll chuck the link in again. This is the link to get your own bingo card. And we're going to be starting like as soon as they, actually start doing and showing stuff. But yeah, people aren't going to be allowed to like come along like halfway through the day, for example, after a panel about Pyro and a new ship, and then start a card and then tick off something about Pyro and like, the new ships after the fact like that. You have to be here for when the thing happens to tick it. Diagonal counts. Yeah, diagonal counts. Not a full card. No. It's got to be like, it's like, it's like Connect 5 or whatever. 5 in a row, yeah. And yeah, just read them again. So we got the Origin 100 with LTI, Aurora MR, Fury LX plus Mustang Alpha, Avenger Titan with LTI, and the Solar Winds paint. Another Mustang Alpha. Got a Drake Cutter with LTI and the Ghoulish Green paint, and the Crusader A1 Spirit with LTI, Ardent paint, and stuff in download. And so I'll probably announce them as we go. What should I mean, look, straight up, let's just start with the good one. All right, let's not fuck around and find out. Because whoever gets it first, whoever gets a bingo first, that's going to be, impressive. So the first person to get a bingo is going to get the Crusader A1 Spirit with LTI, the Ardent paint, and a copy of the game. And so just so you know, if you're going to go for that one, make sure that, if you get the bingo, you get close to it. What I want you to do is make sure you got your YouTube username on the top right of the card. You can change username and take a screenshot when you win, and then email it to the address that's in the description. So I've got a timestamp on when your entry came through, and that way I'll have your email and details and everything, and I can lock it in. You found a channel this week randomly on my feed. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I hadn't been posting as much over the past couple months, and so I need to get back into it now that they're actually putting content out. Hopefully it'll be easier to do. What does ship munching mean? That's the other part of the salvaging. So other than lasers, ship munching is like the bigger parts of the ship. So anything, when I say like things are like one word, I don't necessarily just want to hear them say one word. Like I've got here like stealth. Like say like, CR says, oh, that way I'm more stealthy when I walk out on stage. That doesn't count as stealth. Like I want them to talk about, the topic kind of thing. Cannot wait for the claw. Yeah, the claw better actually like work and do claw stuff. What's the song? I don't know. This is just what they're playing on the on the stream. The claw. Hey, Grumpy. I got my house loaded up and ready at the pirate ship. Let's go. Yeah, we'll just. I'm expecting it to fully just switch on. We're gonna roll the way to CitizenCon Pyro. This EVA man, that means like the EVA rework, which is like moving in space. Like they showed, hey, he may have quit, but you can quit Star Citizen, but Star Citizen ain't gonna quit you. Extra vehicle activity, exactly. I mean, we'll see how this goes anyway, and maybe there'll be enough sort of like slow times and that we can jump into the game to fuck around and find out, or look for Halloween mask or something. I did. I'm just trolling my pubes. I love you too, Grump. Miss you. I've been playing lots of Valheim recently. I'm like the last person to get on that game. I joined the bingo, but where do I get the card? That's when you click that website, that is the card. It doesn't really look like a card, it's just a bunch of spaces. But here's the link again. So once again, click that and you'll get taken to a page where you'll be given a unique bunch of different sort of bingo options, and you got to get a full line of 5. And the first one that gets one is going to get the A1 Crusader Spirit. In fact, the very one from my video, as if that's how digital things work. And Valheim having you to play. Yeah, I've owned it for fucking forever, but it was only until like recently someone else is like, should I get this? I'm like, yes, do it, because I own it and I still haven't gotten myself to play it. There's always once I'm like, I can't be asked like learning how a new game works. But I'm really enjoying it. I'm playing with a couple pals. So when do you want the screenshot so where you can see a timestamp? Does it mean everyone will roll back their clocks to modify winning times, or people in different time zones? No. As in like, because it'll be emailed to me in my email. I'll have like, I received the email at da 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 da. So no matter what, yeah, you got it. Even has enough time, so that's fine. That's right. You got a bunch of servers and stuff, don't you? What? Which survey? Fuck you, asshole. Come looks at the van door and open more than $100 is there. Can I get a new card? Oh shit. What's mine? I haven't even looked at mine, but I've got one up here. My top bro, quantum economy, Zeus trade survival's not gonna happen. Like people are just clicking. I'm getting updates and say, da-da-da's got a bingo, da-da-da's got a bingo. Like, you guys, if I get an email that has that has like, oh look, I got a bingo, and it's all clicked, I'm like, dude, I was there. I know you didn't get it. Hello, Deck Garden, how you doing? I changed card because I'm certainly not. Hey, look, I made them all pretty hard, you know. Well, I mean, yeah, you know what? I did. We're all in it, you know. We're all fucked. But I put some funny ones here that I like Jared tells people off. Like he always does. I'm actually, he's gotten too comfortable, bros. You know what I mean? He's gotten way too comfortable. Like about speaking about like not answering when questions and shit. And he just gets like, ugh. It just has a really sour taste sometimes when he gets defensive. I don't like it. It feels like Dad's got angry. And look, if it gets hard, if it gets fucking tough with him, I'll ease up as we go on the requirements for it to tick, you know? What is so much law on falling asleep? Does that not answer itself? Sometimes if they just keep talking about law again and again, like if they pull an Astro Chronicles and they're just talking about law for something that isn't even out yet, so it's not even law you can access, I go to sleep. I can't fucking help myself. Hello, Dustin. Good to meet you. Yeah, if they just go on about law fucking forever, it annoys me when they go on about law, or people do like law videos, because it's like, you can't. How into the law of something that's not out can you get into, honestly? Like, I get it if it's like something with an established universe, but when it's all just like a theoretical law, I feel like it's all kind of, you know, they're just they're making it up at that point. You could say anything. You could say anything, you know? I love me some. Okay, yeah, you're 40k fan. Jesus Christ. It's just a little cat because you know they're going to go. Well, okay. If they go into it to the point that I want to scratch my fucking eyes out, my ears out, you know, then maybe, yeah. Well, if it just sounds like it's all a bit like ego stroking, then yeah, I'm gonna say it. Okay, I'm gonna take my ADHD meds. Be the law incoming. No, that's space whales. I mean actual space whales. You know, like Finley. Finley, the space whale, not like whale. You know, space dads. Sandworms, yeah. Thing is, I could put a line easily, but I've got Okay, look, sandworm may become. I'm open for creative interpretation. All right, but you got to run it by me before you click it. So if they try and pitch to us something that's of sandworm quality, as in something that, hey Sawyer, how you doing, love? If they try and introduce something like brand new, you know, that that we know we're never going to get in the game, or it's just like, why did, you know, if all of a sudden they're saying, all right, we're now adding the ability to cook and deliver French fries and Uber Eats in the game, and it's right here. It's gonna be in the next update. You're like, fuck you. That's a sandworm, sand donkey. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I'm hungry. All right. My wife asking like, what's a whale? She know both spin a punch in Final Fantasy, and it starts. She said first thing said, so it's us. I thought you were about to say it's like she cannot know. My wife cannot know what a whale is. Yeah, you're gonna play bingo. Nice one. Well, yeah, definitely do it, so because I've got a bunch of ships to give away as well. So remember, everyone. Yeah, that for the people who aren't following along, there's space whale, as in there's actual whales that fly in space in the game, but then there's whales, as in people that spend a lot of money in games. Yeah, the pizza shops are coming. It'll be entirely a player run. Yeah, that could be a sandworm. All right, but we'll cross the sandworm when we get to him. Is there a link to this is where you can get your bingo card if you don't have one set up already. Make sure to have your YouTube username entered and read in the description for the rules of how to submit it and everything. Stormwall, that's the one. Well, okay, Russell, yeah. Russell's our resident whale in the org. I love him. Best whale in the verse. Oh, okay, so there's some things that have been added to the store. Oh, these are like physical merch items have been added. Star Kitten keyring, Star Citizen Starman bobblehead, Pyro desk mat, Drake trucker hat. So this is all like the merch they'll be selling at the convention as well. When's it going to start? Apparently like 6 minutes, apparently. I'm pretty excited, not going to lie. There's definitely going to be some interesting stuff. Even if it's just finally like getting shit confirmed about what they're working on and what we're actually getting soon. I want to open a Cincinnati style chili restaurant. Diagonally can win you a bingo. Yeah. Yeah, the base tally. Yeah, the base tally's in there. What a black slide. Well, yeah, like base tally, and like I've got a lot of like modular. Okay, I'm looking at the merch. AirPods Pro case, cool. Yeah, the merch sucks. Crap. Yeah, merch is pretty garbage as per usual. I mean, weirdly, the desk mats, like the mouse mats, are actually probably the nicest thing there. And the little bubble, $50 for a bobblehead, fuck off. A load of bullshit. You also get another version of the Prowl. I mean, just get the Prowl to fucking work in the first place, you know? Like, it was so stupid. Like, it's it's just so easy to break. Like, at least make it that you could just fly it around and it's just like a pretty thing. But it's like it's so actually annoying. Actually, we need to get like a really like lame version of an actual working stealth, you know. So I'm scrolling through the pipeline to see. Any interesting no, nothing's interesting. Wonder how long the next is. Well, I've had people say that like is there 2 hacking for reason? I don't think there shouldn't be. Let me just look at my shit. Yeah, no, I did accidentally put hacking. Well, if you've got, well, there you go. If you got 2 in a row, that's 2 for 1. That's my fault. The titanium spring in the head. Fake gameplay trailer. Yeah. Or like, yeah, something that's like, you know, the one that they did in Pyro where the guy walks up and buys something from the thing and like looks at it. I've seen that so many times now that it's like, ugh. Things like that. Clearly ones that like, as in, if they're trying to make it look like someone's actually playing it, but they're clearly not. A1, you have the A1 spirit, right? Maybe you should take it for the next Demo rally and make the race more interesting. Well, that A1 spirit in particular, that's the first ship we're going to be giving away today with the bingo. So remember, get on that bingo card already if you don't have it. This podcast is pretty tempting considering how deep I'm in this game. Alright, well, if you get welcome bait. One of my favorite SE YouTubers right here. Been looking forward to the stream for days. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It's because YouTube payments haven't been so good this past month because I haven't done as many videos as usual. So that's appreciated. I don't think they'll sell it. Maybe license or just talk about the investments in Melstrom. Well, I've heard people say, okay, this doesn't necessarily count for anything because it was Board Gamer that said it, but he was saying he reckons that, you know, if they do get Pyro in and everything supporting it works, then it could be like in 6 months they could technically add another system and then another 6 months do another system. But I doubt that. See, I'm still thinking, can I check off frustrated audience? No, because they have to be audibly frustrated audience. So I've already forgot what I was just saying. It's gone. It's erased. The ADHD medication hasn't clicked in yet. Oh yeah, the different systems being added. I reckon like yeah, I don't think it's going to be that quick, but yeah, here's the thing. I said that when they were like, oh, we're going to have Submission in by the end of the year. I'm like, dude, you didn't have Pez in yet. Like, I don't think you're going to get it. Like, I'm horribly frustrated. It's like, I don't think you're going to have Pez working by the end of the year. And to be honest, I don't think, like, they do have Pez working. Well,
Hi, everybody. Do you hear that? Yeah. Let's try it again. Hi, everybody. I don't think we got it. One more time. Hi, everybody. Honestly, that was too much. Welcome to CitizenCon 2953. I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as Disco Lando, sometimes known as Junior, or if you ask my mom, Mr. Dummyhead.
You'd have a tough time.
Welcome
to...
Wait, we did not account for the peanut gallery behind me. We are backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days of presentations. Honestly, none of us quite know how the second day is going to go. Usually after we do the first day, we're all just kind of like for the next day over. So we're going to find out what day 2 is like. Day 2, I'm going to start right here, and it's going to be like, hey, everybody. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. Let's go to the presentation.
That could be visibly drunk on stage.
I mean, honestly. I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but they're applauding my amazing performance right there. Honestly,
yeah, his audio is a bit fucked, but I'm
this thing
working
together.
on it.
This is by far our biggest and baddest CitizenCon yet. 2 main halls, Hall A, where the presentations are happening, Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual pyro playground. I want to start talking about Hall B. So the folks, when they let in, we'd open doors at 8 a.m. today. They entered this, what did I call it? A pyro playground? I call it a pyro playground.
I'll turn my...
If I get paid for doing this.
Yeah, I'm turning my audio down.
People entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming pyro, which is on its way. Should I tell them?
You already know, Jared.
I think I'm going to let the boss do that. Hey, I want to be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2958, 2948. Oh, last 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were modeled after Grimheck Station in 2019. This year, they're modeled after Rundown Station. When do we get nice community booths? Like, I mean, they look amazing, don't get me wrong, but they're shady AF. Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be. Atlas Defense Industries, you know who you are. I was gonna blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're gonna be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight, oh, that was dangerous for a second, Fight or Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content creators, as well as Astropub. We've got...
name drop a content creator.
Now that one was.
We got one.
Talk about Salty Mike and make sure he gets his check.
Hit that. Anyone's
General
got
Lounge. The General Lounge, where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you know, are a little more important. I'm just trying to think who that is.
Cringy dies.
There's a
oh my god, my won't let my click it either.
Some fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm going to show some. Hold on.
I think I broke the bingo. Yeah, I think we broke the bingo, guys.
Professional shows. Well, it's brand new. I need more arms. Star Citizen hoodie. It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo and a Banu text. Is it Banu or Shion? Who can tell me? What? What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got...
I'm trying to refresh my bigger card too.
This really cool Drake Interplanetary Trucker hat that's available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool. You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make it happen.
Okay, yeah, it worked. It took mine a while, but too.
The coup de grace. You saw it first on a Star Citizen Live back in 2019 when folks who watched said, what an incredible waste of time. Designed live on the show, the Star Citizen bobblehead. Look at this guy. Is that in focus? He's magnificent. And he comes in a really cool box.
If you want to do it
Industries, look good on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke.
Paint and screenshot it and that. I'll accept that as well.
And of course, a secret area that was revealed recently on the web, a welcome to Pyro with a bunch of computers, roughly 150 computers. And what that's for, I'm also going to let the boss tell you because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming representing the best stuff that our developers have to offer. Now, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, live and in person. So maybe you've joined since the last one, so you don't really know what to expect.
No, they need
I
to
want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today.
They need to say something about it.
When I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream was created by the developers. Not a single marketing artist. Every single one of these developers have worked tirelessly for the last 2 months putting together this content to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos.
Yeah.
Because that's what CitizenCon is. You know, we got ISC, we got SCL, you know, that's my stuff, I do my thing, you know, but CitizenCon is where we let the developers go on stage and talk directly to you and share their work directly for you. So every time they go on stage, I need a big round of applause, and when they go off the stage, I need a bigger round of applause because I told them they'd get it, and you're gonna make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody. All right. So let's run down the itinerary for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly 22 minutes.
Almost.
Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage,
Bingo
and he's going to do.
He's working. It's just lacking because there's so many of us doing it.
He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil.
So I'm allowing people to.
I saw the notes, and
to
he said
screenshot and do it manually if they want to.
Prepare your bingo.
We are.
After that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of Star Engine presentation. Now, whatever you think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is, I got to think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm going to let that present itself. But be in your seats, be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at CitizenCon before. At roughly 12:45-ish,
so
we timed it out yesterday. Fix It and Fly It with Torsten and Guillermo from the EUPU feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of engineer, resource management, and true multi-crew gameplay. Check that out. Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, you know, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's gonna be right there on the stage. Then we break for a lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific, we take 45 minutes. We recharge our batteries. We fix the things that broke in the first half, and we'll be back 45 minutes later with the stream. Then at 3 o'clock, it's Talking Ship, our annual presentation by the members of the ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of, some ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of. And then, yeah. There's just no way of getting around that. And then finally wrapping up the day is Navigating the Universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is. You're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome. So, and then of course we wrap up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And
it doesn't count him just mentioning what's going to be on
for people here in attendance. That'll stay open until about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that, I want to throw it to my compatriot over in Hall B, Dan Haubrecht. Dan, take it away.
Welcome everyone to CitizenCon 2953. Let's give it up!
God.
I heard a bunch of people over there. I heard a bunch of people over there. We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally back in the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since 2019 in Manchester since we've been able to see your beautiful faces in person.
This is so
We've missed you
cringy.
so much. Now, if you're wondering who I am, that is a very valid question. I'm the community producer here at CIG. I produce the community content for many years. I produce subscriber content behind the scenes for many years, just like that bobblehead that you guys saw. You're welcome. And I also produced the Battle of the Bricks from last year, the charity stream we did with Eve. So I've been producing content behind the years for a while. If you guys have enjoyed the things I've been producing, let me know on socials. Use hashtag CitizenCon2953. If you guys have hated the things I've done, let me know on socials.
That guy in the
Tweet me
red in the
at
back
DiscoLando.
really wants to
Sorry,
be
Jared, you're just an easy target.
in frame.
Where am I right now? Well, I'm at the
That's a real
community booth
cash.
section here at Hall B of CitizenCon 2953. As you can see, everything is decorated to look like we are on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing job these booths have done to represent their orgs, their booths, their organizations, everything. It's so cool. We're going to be visiting a bunch of them throughout the weekend, so we're only going to focus on a few right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron.
I think it should
now, I believe
unselect.
these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of, like, video games, basically. You guys are like one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are like one of the biggest orgs for like a single game?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild.
So they're kind of a big deal is what we're saying. They're here at the community booth section. They have a bunch of cool swag to give away. They focus on, you know, professional gameplay. They focus on casual gameplay, all sort of career paths and job opportunities.
And once again, feel free to manually, like, if you want to screenshot it,
check out Test Squadron right here on the community booth section.
and, you know, use
You're gonna
Microsoft
follow me
Paint
this way now
to tick
over
them
to
off.
the
I'll
United
accept
Space
it as well.
Confederation.
Just be good
In a
faith, you
world
know.
in which the man is out to get you, one org claims to maybe have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a role-play focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in joining an org where
selecting
lore
things
is this kind of driving passion
on the bingo
focus
card
of
does
why you
take a
guys
little
are
while.
playing Star Citizen,
It's like it's
United
lagging
Space
out because there's a million of us
Confederacy
on there,
is
but it
the
does
booth to
work.
check out.
Just
They're
click
gonna be
it
doing
and
some giveaways. So if you guys are here
trust
on
it,
the
you know.
show floor, come swing by their booth. Ask them about what they're doing. They're going to be doing so much cool stuff. Ask them about their org. Ask them about who they are. We're so excited to have them as well. As you can see over here, we have JRDF. I actually don't know if you're going to be able to see because there's so many people.
We got the
trying to buy
name
their
drop
stuff
content
right
creator.
now.
Yep,
If you
we
guys
got
haven't
that
heard
one.
of JRDF, well, congratulations on waking up from your medically induced coma because they go with CitizenCon like chocolate and peanut butter. They have been part of CitizenCon since 2018 with the Dragonfly in Austin. We brought the Dragonfly back. We will be showing you that a little later. But if you guys have already checked out the digital goodies pack on the Pledge Store,
Yeah,
then you
just
might have
click it
already
once
gotten the
and
gift. So go
it
to
takes ages, but it
robertspaces.com,
does it.
check out that digital goodies pack, and you'll be able to see what they brought here to CitizenCon 2953. But in addition to
It's
making
very
large-scale
it's
things, and by the way,
undoubtful,
they also
Soy,
make some
that they'll
amazing
all be
stuff for our
confirmed.
community booths. In addition to large-scale things, they make miniatures.
Yeah, as we
well.
go,
So
they have
if
to
you
be
want to bring a little bit of
confirmed by
diverse
me.
into your home, into your office, come check out JRDF. There was a line literally wrapped around the corner right before we went live. They are insanely busy, but if you come by their booth, they're doing giveaways for free stencils. So if you vote either Drake or I believe...
Beards aren't cringe. Only
Of course, I didn't write down the other manufacturer.
chin
It's
strap
Drake,
beards
and
with
I
no
think
mustache.
Fisk? I could be wrong. But one of those two manufacturers, you get a chance to win a free stencil of one of their new miniatures. So if you guys are here at the show floor, again, come check them out. They're going to be doing some cool stuff today, and they're selling some cool stuff as well. Literally, when the
No,
sales off
Bink
the
is
air,
still on
I'm
Callum.
probably going to break out
Link
my
in
wallet.
description.
So that's just how cool they are. We're going to follow me back this way. Excuse me, everybody.
Much weird
My
merch.
way through. And sort of on the community booth side, we have the CIG section. We have the Interactables team making a live prop here at CitizenCon 2953. Again, if you guys have checked out the digital goodies pack, in that digital goodies pack,
pack's too
there's a
fucking
trophy. It's a
expensive.
CitizenCon staple. We always include it in a digital goodies pack.
It's beards
Well,
in game. Oh, that's what you're talking about. No,
Look at how
beards
cool
for your
that
character
skull is.
models.
It's going to be part of the decoration of the trophy. These are members of our Interactables team in Manchester. They're currently making it live, and you can see if you look over there to the left, they're taking
Yeah, the
suggestions
slide's lacking for
from
everyone.
members of the community. So if you guys want to make your mark here at CitizenCon 2953, come on over to the Interactables booth, start giving them a little bit more ideas, and maybe make your mark on history. Now, I don't think it can be said enough that we are so excited to have CitizenCon here for the first time in 4 years. I'm an LA native, so to have it here in my own backyard is beyond cool. It's
If
beyond
that's a
phenomenal.
helmet,
Everyone
with
who
that skull on the
worked
front, I'm
so
gonna
hard, whether
shit
they're at the
myself.
community booth, whether you're just a regular person showing up, or they're a member of CIG who helped make this possible. We are so grateful that you guys are here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the sort of pyro sneak peek of the community booth so far. Like I said, we're going to be checking those out later this weekend, both later today and tomorrow. We're going to be trying to get
No,
all
they're not
the
from
booths, all the
CIG.
orgs, so
I
you
set
guys can
these
see
options up.
exactly what kind of passion and versatility and creativity drives the members of the verse. That's you guys. You guys are the reason why things like CitizenCon are possible.
He's talking
So we're going
about
to come
us.
back over here. We're going to quickly talk to a couple more members of Test Squadron, get a little more about what they're about. We got Chrome, D-Seth, and D-Lefty. What's up, guys?
How's it going? It's been really great. This is my first CitizenCon, and I've been loving it so far.
It's going to take a while to get some good stuff.
And so this
But
is
it's
your
interesting
first
to see
CitizenCon.
what's
What were your
actually there,
expectations
you know?
coming here? Like, did you think that there was going to be like a pyro setting? What was kind of your bucket list, your wish list of what you hoped would be at CitizenCon?
I was hoping for pyro, but honestly, the way that everything has been set up is above and beyond my expectation. It's amazing to be here.
5 in a row,
It's
Azu.
just, I expected a little bit, but the way that you guys have set everything up is outstanding.
Awesome. And do you guys have any advice for people who are trying to break into the verse? It can be overwhelming sometimes for new players trying to figure out what to do in Star Citizen. So do you guys, as part of Test Squadron, have any advice for new players who are trying to make their way into the verse?
Honestly, find a
It looks
friend,
like
find
dead.
some played system. The guide system that Star Citizen has
So
set
there's
up
no one
is
there.
amazing and really helpful. Or to find an org like Test, you can find us on Discord, and we always have people that are willing to help you, whether that's over voice chat, over text. We will hop in and help you figure out the game, because it can be a little bit overwhelming, especially for new players, and that's what we're really here for, is really to make it enjoying.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Well, as I said, they're giving away some cool swag, so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, come check out their booth. We are beginning in 10 minutes
if they're
for
doing
Hall
it
A,
right.
so if you guys are here at CitizenCon, start making your way over to Hall A. We're beginning in just a few minutes. We're going to be talking about some more stuff here at the community booth before I kick it back over to Jared. We're going to be going over to United Space Confederation. I said
That's a beard.
Confederacy before. I said Confederation.
He didn't have the mustache.
Excuse me, guys. So you guys are a role-play focused org. What made you guys sort of decide to
thanks
come up
for
with this
joining as a
amazing
member.
immersive backstory for your guys' org?
Well, I didn't quite catch the question.
What made you guys come up with such an intense lore-driven background for your org?
Oh man, we've been around since the beginning, and we saw the effort that was going into the creation of the
Is that
story.
big in my life? Need to
by
have 5 in a life.
CIG
Yep, in any
writers,
direction.
and we want to dovetail into that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I
bold
didn't
choice to
get the
go, you know what?
question.
We are anti everything that's currently in the game. We are going to be so anti-UEE, it's going to make you sick. So, but you guys are like slowly starting to make your way back into like polite society now that the messers are gone,
Marquise
now that
of
we
Law
kind of have
here.
a new
What the fuck
imperator.
did you say,
So what's
man?
kind of the direction you
Hey,
guys
let's
plan
go.
on
Yeah,
taking
boy.
USC?
Well, we like the ideal of creating a little irritation and rubbing up against the man, if you will. And that's the direction we want to go, is to reestablish relations with the new government.
Rubbing up against the man.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Like I said, we're going to be checking out the community booths throughout the week.
We like to rub up against the man.
Kick off our first panel of the day. Jared, back to you, and we'll see you back here again at CitizenCon 2953.
Yeah, it's always no one on the floor. Everyone's like, give me the information.
Thanks, Dan. He's somebody's nephew. We still
No, these are people's own law. They don't count.
We're here in Hall A with the community. So as Dan said, if you're still hanging around in Hall B, it's very cool, but we are just a few minutes away from the start of the official CitizenCon 2953 festivities. So you want to make your way over here. 3,000 seats, still a few available. One next to my dad. Wave, Dad.
Yeah, the orgs are
You're
behind.
not my dad. Where's my dad? There you are. I still owe you money. All right. So yeah, so again, we're just a few short minutes away from
Someone
CitizenCon
said,
2953.
if Jared stops being cringe, he'll die.
Enduring our
That's probably the best thing someone said.
CitizenCon is entirely by the devs for the community, so we wanted to take a few minutes beforehand and do all our happy marketing stuff for you and everything. But we're just about to start, so with that, I'm going to wrap up. Thank you for tuning in.
Dead.
Thank you for watching. We'll be back later on in the day. Up next is Chris Roberts, then Shaping the Verse, the future of Star Engine. Grab yourself a snack.
He'll die.
You're not going to want to miss any of this. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit, everybody.
Bye. Cringe is left us. He's a cringe vampire. Dad's dead. Call Mom, Dad's dead. Oh, God. Look at all these legends. I don't know if I could handle going here live. I mean, it's a good thing no one knows like what I look like. That guy's staring into the camera. None of these people want to be on camera. Like, oh God, oh no, oh Jesus, they see me. What is this camera doing? Is that Montoya? This is the weirdest pan. What are you doing? What are you showing us these people? They don't want to be filmed. They didn't consent to this. Oh my God. Oh, look at all these different flavored dads. Jesus Christ! I'll turn that down. They found the audio switch for the music, didn't they? Oh my God. Look at all. Oh, here's the young dad category. Here's the middle-aged dad category. You don't need to make eye contact with the camera lens, buddy. Oh my God. Here's the cosplay dad. Oh yeah, we're still going. What's this 30K income? That kid's the fucking realest dude here. That's the youngest fucking person here. I'm just approving, Dad. Oh, we're doing the reverse pan. Dude, we're going over again. Stop making eye contact with the camera. That guy feels awkward about being on camera, but he's making it so much worse by making direct eye contact. Oh, that old dude just threw it a shaka bra. He's the cool dad. He's the surfer dad. Oh my God. we should have done a dad bingo. Oh my God, we should have done a dad bingo. We're gonna do another bingo? Yeah, if we tick off a bunch of things on day one, I'll redo it. And I mean, I guess we'll need fresh cards anyway, but if there are things that are clearly like I need to remove or think of to add, I'll do a second one for day two. It's okay to ignore the camera, guys. Yeah. Expecting 30k likes during presentation. Well, technically, it might be. If anything, the bingo is going to get 30k likes. Who are the women then? All the women are married to all them dads. So, like, but what other place in the world are you going to get such a diverse group of dads all sharing one love, you know, one common string among all dads? I mean, yeah, mum was forced to come by dad. No, there are plenty fucking space ladies out there, guys. Trust me. There's a space lady out there for you. It's just that Star Citizen in particular, especially because it was crowdfunded, 10 years ago, and it was such a niche thing already that has such a high male, audience for, and then 10 years on from that, they all turned into dads. Yeah, black hat dad. Yeah, there's a there's a high consistency of black hat dads out there. Who's just leading into it? DadCon. Golf convention. So once again, guys, we're gonna give another link to the bingo if you haven't got it already. It's super lagging because I don't think it's ever had as many people use this service as us before. When you click something, it takes forever for it to pick up. If you accidentally click something, click it again, it will remove it. It just takes ages. But if you feel more confident just taking a screenshot, make sure you've got your username, your YouTube username in the top right, screenshot it, and then it's fine to do it in Photoshop or whatever, sort of manually if you don't trust it. But remember to claim your prize, and the first one's going to be the Crusader A1 Spirit. You're going to send it in to the email that's in the description of the stream. Yeah, don't worry, it's everyone's autistic here. Even if you think you're not, I'm sorry to give you a diagnosis over stream, but you are. Play Paradox games to question my qualifications. Yep. Oh. No, it's not. It's don't expect one to be autistic enough to play. No, it's just that the female autism is just more reserved than general. We're too much energy normally, so they'll be there quietly. You'll never know that the username is that of a woman. Audience is visible cringe? No, because it would be too easy a ticket. Me too. Me too, Archie Mechanic. Oh my god, I'm enjoying the razzing already. So their audio guy is all over the place with the mix. Sometimes they're getting really loud. They're T-posing. Sometimes it's getting really low, so I'm going to be mixing on the fly. But feel free to point out if I've got the mix wrong, or if you want me to up something or low something. We're doing this live. What's up with the Space Invader bingo cards? Everyone's sitting down because a good nerd never expends energy when it's not necessary. You know, they're in for the long haul. Oh wait, okay, I get it. I got it. Don't worry, I got it, you guys. I got it. It took me a long time, but I got it. Remember, it's like 4 a.m. You guys, I didn't get any sleep. Bingo card is not letting. If you click it and just give it a moment, everything's taken super ages. But if you really don't start trusting it, once you do at least see the grid, you can take a screenshot and manually do it. Because I'm going to be checking them off through my email anyway, and I'll know if something hasn't actually been hit. Someone just posted in the Twitch chat, guys, I think a girl is in there. Is she okay? Yeah, we're 30K on the bingo. Oh. Oh God, calm down. Should have put ill-fitting jacket on there.
Hello, CitizenCon 2953.
Turning him up.
It's really, really good to be back in front of all you guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. And you're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the seedy alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a dragonfly replica with the pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on. We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro.
It's actually cranked.
I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works. This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And a lot of what you're going to see is going to be coming into Star Citizen over the next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year. But definitely next year, a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So
doesn't count yet. We're going to wait until he
on that.
Says.
So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this,
want them to
the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So, hang on. It's gone backwards now. It needs, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics on our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So
this is the big grateful
run that video.
reel. Be grateful for what you have, reel. This could be fake gameplay. This isn't fake gameplay. Yep. $64 bits. Sick. Yeah, shitting on Starfield. Physicalized frozen ocean. Whoa! Nah, this doesn't count as fake gameplay. This is just an in-engine cinematic. They've got to make it look like, oh, and then you walk up to the counter, then you do this, and no. Carrick, let's go. Will they cheapen us? Cave is not really there. When do we get this? Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, wait, we've got animals. Wait, it's not pets. Oh, do I not have animals on here? Oh, I actually don't have animals on the bingo card. My bad. Milk it quickly! No, it's not an alien race. Wait, was there alien races? I was too busy looking at the card. Or do you mean the cow? I have pets in the bingo, but that's reserved for actual player pets. Nah, that doesn't count for either of those. What kind of quantum is this? there's actually stuff in the game files about in this patch about a like a dog pet thing in particular, so I'm saving it for that. Real-time asteroid technology. Invisible asteroids. They said this was stuff that's already in-game. We didn't have them cows. No alien races yet. That's not a race. The cow is not a race. That's what they said it was. They said this is what we already have when it's not. We ain't got them cows. Cow is an alien race. Shut up! The cow is not an alien race. They're definitely not sentient. If they can be milked that easily. Unless that whale flies off, that doesn't count as a space whale either. Cow racing confirmed. Life cycle the banners, that's the cow. Oh! Oh! What? They got boobs! Alright. I'll let that count. Alright, we got space whales. You can put space whale in there. That's the jump game. Milk them! Should have put space milk as an option. Oh! That's just a jump. Zero for 2. There's a jump game. Still looks like how they showed it forever ago. Dirty. streaming on demand. No, the whales don't count as an alien race. Yeah. No, it's more sliders, actually, you guys. No, the whales don't count as alien race. They count as space whales. Space whales is an option on the bingo. Ooh, see, I like this. I like this style. I can't wait for being pirate and things look like this. No, it counts pets. They were saying this is what we have now, but they've already proved that wrong because they had that cow initially. What? Melanin-driven skin shader. Dwayne's cat is NPC crew. Nah, it's not fake gameplay. This is just the in-game engine cinematic. It's pretty sick though. Yes, the Oz already lied. It's all faked, but they're not trying to pretend. They're gonna pretend to us that it's gameplay footage. That's what I mean by fake gameplay. Like they're gonna have like pretend like, you know, it's from the character's perspective and stuff. They really failed on naming the planets in the system, didn't they? Pyro 1, Pyro 2, Pyro 3. Shaft technology. Nice. New exhaust port technology. Yay! Okay, that's more realistic. First just walked into it. No, fire tech's not on the bingo shit. Busy crew. Yeah, name dropping Space Whales is the only one so far. Nah, not player epos. These are all NPCs. And I was generous with the Space Whale one, alright? Only if they actually say something about player tabs. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. That's just not in the fucking game. Fuck off. Fuck off. You don't have physically based destruction either. No, this is getting close to Sandworm. They're on the verge of Sandworm. Real-time cloth simulation. You don't have that. Yeah, they said this is what's in the game. Was that real-life herpes simulation? Yeah, I was talking about what the engine could do for venereal disease technology. God. Man, this guy. Oh, God. But no, that doesn't count as fake gameplay. That was like an engine. Like, you know, I was generous with the space whales because there's no way they're saying that the space whales are going to be in the game.
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence.
Jumps, yeah.
So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well.
Yeah,
And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out.
Notoriously difficult to program for.
Star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing.
They're just looking at their phones.
Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about it on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it,
How
like
sick
some
was
of the new
that
cloud
cow,
stuff, will
though?
actually come in 322, which is great.
That's pretty cool.
But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beautresor, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And along with him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at CIG, and I'm really happy to have them. And
wealthy dudes always have the
introduce
jacket
Benoit,
one
come to the
size too
stage,
small.
Since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit,
All right, we might hear some shit here for the bingo.
come up to the stage.
Benoit Baskerjour.
All right, let's do it.
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Benoit.
Bonjour.
Hello, mon ami. Bonjour, Benoit.
Bonjour, CitizenCon. We are so
Hello.
happy to be here. It's been so long to see you guys physically and just being able to interact. It's been fantastic so far. We're super excited about all this.
Really, Baron?
The video you just watched outlined a lot of features in the Star Engine. It's a reminder of what makes this game so special. It's a focus on fidelity. I said it. It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere, and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is a deep dive into all these features. But first I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're right.
I just want to touch on one bit, which is that all the people you will see in the next couple tech panels are really the best of their
There's information
crafts
there on
in
the
world.
Pyro preview channel.
They are
that link.
infused by a value that we tremendously value at CIG, which is relentless optimism. that this game can be made, that this vision can be achieved. And so, without further ado, but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything that you'll see on screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's exactly what we're going to look at today. And so without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco, who will show you all the cool and amazing features of our engine and the challenges that we face. Thank you so much, guys.
Ooh, very cool. Nah, he's not about to cry. It's just French.
Thanks, Benoit. Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about Star Engine today. We have been developing Star Engine for many years with the goal of creating an online living universe. But creating a universe is not an easy task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive spaceships flying very fast, close to the terrain and objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation and streaming. This is not a single-player game, so creating this universe online is making everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed in entities and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand.
This is still just like what the engine can do. I mean, that's the whole point of this
we are
talk at the
supporting
moment.
many new features that we are going
They're
to
not saying that
today.
this is technically what you can do in the game at the moment. It's still just like what the engine can do.
Clouds and fog, worked on by custom vendor in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into
that
the
shaft
atmosphere.
technology.
They're truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They are not just a post effect as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray.
Very nice.
And in this video, we are showing all the features combined together.
Bro, 6 shaft.
In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping
to
allow for more variation and details.
See the volumetric fog around that dude's shaft?
The shape noise blending,
Give me the
vertical
vapors.
variation has been improved a lot.
Whew. Fair call, fair call. Decent shaft, bro. That's called the god. That's called the god shaft. What are they clapping for? Good on ya.
Also, we made improvements to shorten
okay, that ground
long-distance
fog actually
read,
pretty
and
cool.
the tiling is less visible.
Right, see the clarity in that dude's shaft? Woo. Volumetric shafts. God shaft. Deacon the shaft go? Bro, you don't want to know. It's a good fog shaft. Oh, double shaft. Awful cloud rendering. Oh, there you go. Okay. There, that is improvement. All right, yeah. All right.
And best
All right.
of all,
Yeah.
best
You
of
put
all,
a shaft in a cloud.
we're going to include
Right,
all these
chat.
new features and
They
improvements
put a shaft in the cloud.
the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. He said that was going in the next release. Bro, that shaft was crazy. You all see that fucking shaft just then? Crazy. High simulation and rendering.
Hi everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the Director of Visual Effects.
And I'm Ali Brown, the Director of Graphics and Procedural Tech.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be here, really excited to show you. We're going to be showing dynamic fire in Star Engine.
Bro really wanted to leave.
So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense.
It's an expensive shaft.
Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen
That's a
levels.
good point.
And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite.
Someone started clapping when they saw the fire extinguisher, but then they realized no one else was.
For example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Nah, they're not frustrated. They're enjoying it.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties that each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, what the mass is, the energy density, combustion temperature, fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition.
It's not just
and then
out of nowhere.
So here's our debug mode that shows us what was going on in the simulation, is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is
Sandworm has to be something they show us.
We're tracking the fire, the
There's
temperature,
no proof
fuel remaining,
of its actual
the amount of
existence.
smoke.
That's
and
just out of
the
nowhere.
fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life.
We're getting very close to resource management with this.
So what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently. And we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
OK, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali. And this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments.
The scorch marks is what I'm doubting.
Of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and where. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually.
Or venting atmosphere.
Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel
this
as an
is a tech
optimization.
demo.
A cluster being a representation of voxels
They did
close to each other.
They did Star Citizen Live.
And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that. So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you.
Oh, this. Yeah, this is baked gameplay. There you go. Add that one if we got it. Yeah, fake gameplay. Add it if you got the bingo. PC code. Yeah, it 100% is.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Zero out of 3. I
Hello
got 2 out
everyone,
of
I'm
3.
Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper Raymarch clouds like we have in game.
Just because it's all the engine stuff kind of allows them to just
And here we
Lie?
can see the wave crash live scattering. So
Like,
how the sun is coming across the back
none
of
of
those
this
waves
is
and
probably
lighting up
gonna
the
come to game
suspended
anytime
particles
soon.
in them. It just looks gorgeous.
Just what
Here we have
it,
the
like
multi-layered
things that can
foam,
happen,
and
you know.
from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got
Right,
a video
look,
here
that
before
foam
and
looks
after.
pretty
First
good.
of all,
The foam
this
looks
is
good.
our lakes on Stanton 4. Next, we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go. This last
Cool.
demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and
Shut up,
I think you'll agree
Citizen.
for its dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me
Whatever.
and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our
Yeah,
MFX
it's the
system
most
to influence
furthest,
this.
like,
We want
from what's
bullets.
actually
We
gonna
want
be in the
everything.
game.
We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a
This is
sandbox
like
game. You're going to break
how
it. You're going to
things
stick
could
1,000
look one day.
1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple.
Well, I mean, it
Even as
makes
he's
sense
stepping, the
to not
toe is
have
being dragged
dealt
through
with
the
fire and
water
water
moving the
yet,
water
'cause it's kind of
accurately. This is not a
inconsequential.
cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one.
So loud.
Right, the one more thing
Take
that
that,
we had to look
water.
at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really
Puddle
tricky
tech,
to get right,
yeah.
but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is
that's how you
yet
do it.
another set of regions. Now, the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless
Count
as
as
to whether you can
modular.
see it. Because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything
Water,
can influence
bro.
our water, whether it be the simulation,
cool
whether it
water,
be weather, whether it
my
be
dude.
VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet, but it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you.
Yeah, if this
We've got
was
this
about
technology
law,
now, so we can use it to
you'd have the
influence
law
any of
thing
our work
kicked right
going
now.
forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll just let that play. This is the debug mode. Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the
Got
sim.
the H2O.
Spawning the foam properly.
I mean,
it
that
looks
was
really
cool
nice.
splash.
Really happy with this one. So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these gray boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different
This is
sizes
just
going on.
the
If you
stuff
look at
they
the
would have
shore
put
there,
on
there's a big cluster of text.
Star Citizen
That is
Live
a whole bunch of other
if
regions
they
because there's some stuff floating
weren't
there causing
busy
little
preparing
ripples
for
that you can't actually see.
CitizenCon.
And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out.
How many prizes can people win?
So, what does that look like when we bring
Depending
it all
on
together?
what
What's it going to
gets
look like
kicked
in
off
game?
today,
Now, you did see a
maybe
little bit of this in the Star
one
Engine trailer,
a
but
day.
actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it, so I'm just going to let that play out for you.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool, I
Forward in a
guess.
second. You're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about.
Droplet technology
multi-output.
confirmed.
And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Hello again. So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the
one
work
as
we've done
soon
on
as
the
possible.
fire and the water.
Aiden.
They both look amazing features. We're going to
The
talk
first
to you
person
about
to get a
few
bingo
smaller
wins
features
a
and a few
A1
longer-term
spirit.
R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this
Crying
sweat and tear system
technology.
is something we implemented recently, and it
Sad
allows us
tech.
to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood like here.
My ears bleeding. Ow.
So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with
there's
the rifle
multiple
scopes.
prizes,
They weren't
so
quite
it's
good
not
enough.
just the
They
one
didn't really
first
feel
bingo.
realistic for them, and they thought it was a real
But
core
the first
part
ship
of the
up for
first-person
grabs.
shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do,
Even if
we have
someone
these
wins
type of-
one,
these
keep
used to be
playing
these
'cause
type
we've
of
got more
fake
ships to
scope
give out.
meshes, which you see here, which is where we'd have to slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes you put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got a infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work.
All right, calm
We've
down.
got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs.
No, it's not a
you're gonna
weapon
have
rework.
The display's going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation of the scopes in the game.
This
And
is scope
I think
tech.
I've mentioned before, but it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated.
Weapon
so
rework.
really quite proud of that.
Basically, that means like ship weapon rework.
Next feature
Yeah,
I want to talk
in
about,
fact, they're
hopefully
excited.
if
It's
any of you
like,
have a
shut
HDR
up.
monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works.
Yeah, I mean, the scopes
we've got
were
something called
fucked.
unified
It's
tone
good that
mapping
they've
curve.
done
And this
that.
is the process where we map the real life colors of real life intensities of light onto what your
Dad
monitor can
bingo.
display.
Yeah.
And rather than having an SDR
Maybe tomorrow
mode
we'll
and
do a
HDR
dad
mode,
bingo.
we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist.
BMM
and
is
especially
banner
for skin
measurement.
tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing everything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova.
You're right, Usman.
Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIG's, we've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well.
I kind of do think
they each have
we
different
should do Dad
characteristics and
Bingo.
hardware requirements and trade-offs. So Porter's important to get you all free so you could have a choice of what you want to look at. On the left here, we've got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution.
I should have put poop in
And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later. But
all the options of the bingo were the types of dads that we see in the audience.
Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine.
We'll do it for tomorrow.
We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR free and DLSS free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets. It helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU.
Could have
and it type of
forced Wi-Fi along,
we call load balancing.
or pretend he's there with it for his son.
To make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows.
Factory. No, we saw lots of different dads before.
You see the normal shadow maps that fill in half the scene, but then when we get
to find the Amish dad
at the top of the screen or
with the
in
chin strap beard,
the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking floating.
Well, yeah, the cargo short dad is that's the majority, but the art is
Next
finding
up,
the rare dads in between the sea
something
of the
we get asked
cargo
about a lot of
shorts.
what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping
They're
at all.
going to do tons of optimization.
This by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on.
Finally,
so we can type of do
an
more
excuse to
diverse and interesting terrain, like things like
knowledge
if we
of
don't have
rare
beaches
dads.
at the moment, we'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making.
Next
thing we want to look at, which is
dad.
probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is what's responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps. And we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want
be like a bondage dad.
Build them much easier, much faster.
What is a rare dad?
They are truly
Just
unique. At the moment, our planets are
like
unique,
a Matrix dad.
However, they are built from
like a guy who clearly looks like a dad, but he's wearing like a long leather jacket and dark
ways that
glasses.
You don't see the repetition.
That's a Matrix
but
dad.
It's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get
like a Viking dad,
we need to replicate
like
the
a clearly
like
Nordic
Earth, like
man
geology,
dad.
Erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So
the gag being that there's a lot of middle-aged men.
Things like this. We could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this.
Is counted resource management? No, the FireTech almost did, because they were talking about like
how it would work or how it could work.
Like how you could suffocate from oxygen, but I think they're going to talk about it properly.
Temperature simulation,
we'll hold that one.
So we can type of get more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth.
Harley Davidson show dad. Yep,
And
that's a
then
dad.
what we do is
Like
we
a dad.
categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest.
Toby Bahama
This
dad.
part is crucial. So
The
this
Rider's
is the
dad.
input
Yep.
for our machine learning algorithm.
Pretty fly
We
for a
could come
white
up with
guy
this image
dad.
Any other way, you could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images.
Beach dad.
And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution.
As in,
biomes, so forests,
I'll come up.
grasslands,
I mean,
and
I'll come
things
up with a bunch of
and
funny
by
sounding
training it
dads
on exactly the
that'll
type of data we
put
get
an
in
image in your
reality,
head.
we can
But
take
I'm
this
down to
and,
take suggestions
just
if
that,
you guys
and then we get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us
if you
a
guys
really
come up with
realistic
some good
distribution.
dads.
You can see here, this is the height
Actually,
map, so
I'll
the black areas are low. You
add
can see
it
all
to
the
my
little
Google
rivers
Doc.
and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days.
Frosted
This is
Tips
based
dad
on
is a
something
good
called a
one.
custom diffusion neural network. It's like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches.
For Earl's
so it
dad.
become too
We'll call him
expensive to
Farmer
build,
Dad.
And the little circular patches get like added together, and they to avoid any seams in the image.
Amish dad.
Just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just
Matrix
wrapped around the
dad.
planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract.
Make him
This
bondage
is very
dad.
early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
That's just normal, Jared.
So the last thing I wanted to talk
Build
about
a
today
dad.
is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan.
Well,
this has been ongoing for quite some time.
the Volstad
Taken lot
is a
longer
little
than we
bit
would have
like
liked, but we're finally getting to the
Schrodinger's
end of this,
cat
this
type
long journey.
situation. Like,
for those who don't know, the reason
every
this was being
dad
implemented is largely
is
for
both
performance.
divorced dad
We're going to be getting
and
at least 2 times
married
better
dad at the
performance
same
on our
time
CPU
until you
submissions
like
for rendering, which
inquire.
is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We
Yes,
also
you
get better
can take a
control of
screenshot and do
memory,
it manually.
Advanced GPU features like resizable bars.
Elvis dad.
It also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running to live capture.
Let's just say muscle dad.
I can't remember which ship is this, but it's
Wizard
it's all
dad,
working fine
that's a
now.
good
There's
one.
a couple of hitches and performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them. The last few performance issues and stability issues. and
Karaoke
hopefully
dad?
releasing it soon.
What defines a karaoke dad, though?
So, like I said,
Candy
the
offering
one
dad.
thing, or one of
No,
the
that's
things
a-
we really were interested in by
terrifying.
implementing
Aloha
Vulkan
dad,
was to get
yeah.
support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Aussie dad. Well, you can't. I don't know how you could pick an Aussie dad. Mando dad. I mean, Mando dad. I guess it's like cosplay dad or incorrect cosplay dad. Like he's there in like a one-piece outfit.
Illumination.
Anime dad.
So, as Ali just
I've
said,
got Aloha Dad.
users
That counts
moving
as
over
Hawaii
to the
Dad.
Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And
Creepy
the best
dad.
thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to
spooky.
use.
I don't want to offend anyone.
Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far. But first off, I'm
The
just going to
badge.
simplify some things and ask what
Nerdy
is
dad. That's
global
too general.
illumination.
We're looking for
Well,
rare
you can break
dads.
the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the
Dad
sun
bus,
lights
baby.
in the level, that kind of thing. Next
Baby
up, you've got
dad.
diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects the entire, that
Who's
takes
the
in
angry
entire
dad?
scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to
Bad
form one
vibes
glorious
there.
penguin. Now,
Weeaboo dad. Yeah, we've got anime dad. I think anime dad sounds funny.
Now, for the rest of this
Fanny Patch
presentation,
Dad,
we're
that's a good one.
specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI.
I'm so
here,
not.
just to
You
aid
can
in
tell I'm so
comparison.
not interested in this shit.
First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell,
Hopefully
who's going to
trust
make
that.
us look cool.
I really just that. I guess that's like, let's call him formal dad. Ponytail. don't know if he said fully in. Ooh. No, fancy dad. Wait, did you say fancy dad before? No, you said overly dressed. Yeah, fancy dad. I like that because the word fancy doesn't sound fancy. Dev dad. Yeah, everything's just brighter. Actually good suit there.
So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good.
Let me find the guide.
And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room. And the new system is about 25,000 probes that are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now.
Woo!
So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around the cells. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things.
Yes, it's like about 15 more minutes, maybe less. Because it says fix it in flight at 12:30. So which is the resource management.
Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas.
Yeah,
you can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to.
We could do like rock and roll, like a metal dad. That'll be an easy one. Metal dad, pothead dad, yeah. Stoner dad.
So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the...
I don't want to do thick dad because I don't want to like I don't make anyone feel bad, you know.
At the moment, we capture that cockpit
We're all
in a setup
in
scene,
our own
and then we
way.
don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in.
I don't want the
And then
bingo
we've
to
got the
feel
opposite
mean.
problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird
Resource
little
management is the next panel.
light room with,
so
with
we're
nothing
definitely
spilling
going
out
to hear
of
it then.
So again, let's have a video. Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already
Metal
see
Dad
the
and Viking
skylight
Dad.
is kind of helping
Metal
a
Dad,
little.
I think like
But then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
you know, like Motorhead.
And yet there's more. See, one of the concerns we
Dad.
had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got
Regret
hardware ray
bonus to get
tracing
that.
and it's working
Yeah,
for them,
that's
that's
actually
great.
quite good.
But
Regret Dad.
you
we'll
can't
call
really
him.
have the art team optimizing we're seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low
Cheap
bar, as
Dad.
well as creating a new
It's
high
too hard
bar.
to be able to visually spot.
And the idea for this
you know,
is basically to take
the trick
that single room
for picking
and
dads
environment probe system that we
is
have
that
been using.
you've got to
update
be
it so
able
that
to
we can
tell a
do live
story
rewriting on that,
visually to
and
identify
then
them.
to sort of slot
you know?
that in where the
They
ray
gotta- they
tracing
gotta
would
kinda
be, while
scream it.
still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system, and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this.
Here's what I have so far.
So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just, it's overly lit, let's be honest.
They were all on new lines, so there's no spaces
And now
in
this is
between
what
the
Star
dad and
System
the
would
next
have looked
one.
like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but
Lady Dad.
it's a lot more dynamic than the old system.
I don't know. I don't know how to do that without it just being like,
and finally,
I'm here for feminine dads. I feel like I could lean into people
finally,
taking
I'm
it
just
too
going to show
mean,
you
you
a to-do
know?
list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture.
I'm a cross
and
dad.
for that,
Get
we need
out!
to handle glossy reflections.
Oh, that's right. We're
That's
gonna have
self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that.
socks in sandals, Dad.
Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water
Yes,
and
you
all the other
get socks
transparent
out
things
of
in the
that.
game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally.
Country Dad's a good one.
And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes. We've got a ridiculous scale on some things. And
Mullet
we've got
Dad
plans
could
to
be a
make sure that
country
this
dad,
GI
technically.
extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you
Star
now.
Dad.
I've been Ben Parry.
Disney Dad.
Next
I
up,
could spot a
we've got
Disney
Star
Dad.
Clock with Chris Rain.
I don't know how a Star Dad. Oh, DedLeader. I don't know what that would look like, but if we saw it, I feel like we'd identify it.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show
You know what? Let's just put
not one,
a good dad.
not two, but three new physics of our physics.
You can visually
engine.
read the dads
And I would
be
like
like,
to
that's
start
a
off
good
by
dad.
introducing
you know?
Star Cloth, our
We'll
new
know.
character cloth simulation with a short video.
Drunk Dad. Drunk Dad's a good one.
So this is just
yeah,
regular
cloth,
player
cloth.
movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground.
Yeah, we got Farmer Dad.
You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets
Let them
influenced from
interpenetrate.
wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body.
Daddy Dad. Oh, Daddy Dad. Oh.
We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects.
The audience liked that one. Well, they really like this one.
You can play football in any outfit.
You know. In purpose.
Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses.
Once again, this is just stuff that the engine can do. It doesn't mean that, like, it can do it in the live environment now. Like, that's why this whole part of the panel is kind of fucking a bit bullshit.
Starcloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity, high quality. We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off.
Maybe, actually.
So we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment. So brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm.
I think we're waiting for all the other panels, because this is just what the engine can do. It doesn't have anything to do with what we're necessarily going to get.
If you look at the upper torso,
man has an underbite.
The collision proxies are actually completely
no chin. That's what it was. It looked weird. At the moment, we're mostly talking about doing a dad bingo tomorrow. We'll come up with different types of dads that we might see in the audience.
On the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions
you get a hit when I confirm it
from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for
the
cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image.
Cool. How many times do you need to update the cloth if you're like
the cloth run
running?
as fast as
Tell
possible.
us about that.
And we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off.
Yeah, once it gets to good. I was trying to think of how to say that.
Very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling.
Like, dads, like, how would you describe a dad that clearly like snuck out to come here? Like they lied, like sneaky dad or something.
Poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space, and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. What I'm going to show you is a very subtle effect.
Yeah, sick day dad.
But once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it.
Someone who really doesn't want like...
I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect.
Dad. Okay. Weirdly,
you
that
see
does make sense.
A rendering with a high fidelity cloth disabled.
I've added milk, Dad.
And here the same scene with it enabled.
Actually, yeah. Maybe sick dad will be doghouse dad. Like he's going to be in trouble when he gets back.
To be continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about Starcloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out. Thank you. So, next up, star hair.
Oh, God. Oh, it might be beard coming.
Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we could just simulate these.
That's already like 25 is what you need or a bingo
and hair
card.
simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment.
I don't get mob boss.
In
Dad.
other words, you cannot easily
mob boss.
simulate
Oh my
twist
god.
with
I was thinking about
vertices
like
alone. For splines, however, that is very
you know,
easy
if like
to do.
mobs in a game, and then there's the boss.
All of this together allows
how
us to
fucking
simulate the strands
video
according
game
to the
like
theory of
blind
Kosorat
I am.
mods.
Oh my god.
A Kosorat
Mob boss
mod
dad. No, you're
allows
right.
you to
It was
model
going
the
mafia
behavior
dad. Dude.
of
Oh my
slender,
god.
one-dimensional rods,
Like
exactly
a creeper
what our
boss or
splines
like a
are,
Valheim
and
boss.
simulate bend, twist, stretch, and
Such a
shear.
fucking idiot.
Exactly
Oh my
what
god.
we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection.
It's just a bunch
to
of
not
dads
intersect
running
with the
around
head,
Minecraft.
the
Yeah.
ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The
Mafia
video
boss.
I'm about
Mafia
to show you is some very early prototype footage
Yeah,
of
the
how
Game Pro.
such a simulation actually
Fucking
looks
game
like.
appealed. You tell it that. Damn, look at the shafts in that hair. What the fuck? Oh, look at that neck looks
So this
weird.
is a test of various head movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a real-time context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all
Don't be
the
stroking
hair
CR's
strands.
wife like that. That's disrespectful. Put her head down. Head big.
So we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next.
I mean, it is, but it isn't like resource light to actually be an engine, you know?
Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you.
There's some bored solidarity going on in the audience.
Next, I would like to introduce Melstrom, our physically based destruction system. And I would
interesting.
like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself.
Both dead. Well, this is all stuff that needs to be done eventually. Plus, them getting this means they can
See the water
license
splashes?
the engine themselves. Make money that way. And they got multiple. They're working on multiple things at the same time.
We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision
Red faction technology.
has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material
Yeah, see,
properties
goals,
of each
PES and
entity.
replication ready,
If something
networking ready.
breaks off
Yeah,
due to
goals,
its structural
not
integrity,
complete.
greasing below a certain threshold, Melstrom allows it to break off in a
A bomb
realistic
crashes
fashion.
and server
If you
instantly
shoot off
dies.
a wing,
True.
the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Melstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level item for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Melstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily.
No, it would all just regenerate.
To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry
everyone calls
has.
that integrity, okay?
Integrity is modified from dissipating or rather absorbing energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level
it must work with Pez.
So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected.
God, what they showed us from Hal Munching was
might
so
be
awful.
affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will
we came up with
cease to
integrity.
fire,
You can't
and so
use
on.
this.
To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry,
Yeah, no,
the
you're actually
visual
right.
geometry,
They should be showing
and the
Hal Munching
entities
with
on
this.
top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints. And they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Melstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius.
Cool.
I'd like to show one more video of Melstrom before we continue.
Okay.
We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams.
He's still going.
In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress
things matter.
the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting
information
surface area
anyone needs to know.
compared to the surface area calculated.
This is the part of like this is what the
stabilizers
calculation takes
connected to the
into
body.
account.
We then project forces from impacts and
What he's saying is
explosions
that,
onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams
something
experience.
is more
Over time,
like it's
this
like heavier
stress
but has like a
turns
weaker
into
point,
strain,
the
and if
math
we
of
reach
how
a
it will
certain
fall apart
threshold,
will
the
take
beam
that into
snaps.
consideration. So it will
The
be more
result is
realistic
simple,
instead of like,
efficient,
you know,
and
the whole thing just snapping in half.
deterministic
Which should
But
make
this
it
is not
look more
just
realistic.
about
But we don't need to
ships
know
and
that.
buildings
You know, you
saw
can just
in
show
the
that.
videos before. We want Melstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting
Amazing
each
panel
other
for GDC,
behind
100%,
breakable
100%.
cover and Maelstrom barrels.
American God is. Look, I mean, I guess it does make sense if you were pitching this
Physical
for
material
developers to use, not just companies
influence
to buy.
damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture.
Yeah.
To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness.
Yeah, if a dev was like, "Oh, I could use that,"
toughness,
you know, falling
Young's
apart.
modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk
guess.
about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create.
Sprinkling these around just so we have something pretty to look at. Yeah, bro. The frame drops in between that.
So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
So the next panel is the Fix It and Fly It, which is about get a look at resource management and action.
I am not.
Here we showcase an
this
exciting
person,
upcoming
but
gameplay
I'm
role
filling in
that
with
shakes
him.
up the vehicle experience.
So far,
that will be good.
I mean, do you guys think this is going to change your game up to now?
I think
All
he's
these
tying
new
this up
features?
first.
Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water. We've just seen force. We've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player. And with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action.
So many
They
people
were
just
great
sending me
simulation,
bingo
but
cards.
we wanted to take them
but
further
they're just all
and
filled
express
in.
the sound pressure,
It's
the
like,
forces being
okay,
exerted.
guys.
Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits
Is audio
of
all
the
out of
listener.
sync for everyone else? Yes, that's what I'm
Let's
saying.
show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
It's not a weaponry word. Tasty though. Let's get more bass to it.
But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat.
Hey, what is on the dashboard there?
Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism?
I don't know, man. It seems reworked to me. Is it exterior, interior, thrusters, weapon, cargo?
The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option.
Yeah, that radar.
Here,
That radar's
your own
way
weapons
better.
resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio.
There you go. Get it. There you go.
Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience. Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
I kind of hate hearing her own voice so much. I mean, like breathing. Drives me mad in the game already.
That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
Yeah, that's right. As long as they didn't, like, you know, go on like the cloth thing went for fucking ever.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Oh,
So-
replication layer and beyond.
Persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is
Whoa.
Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way
Yeah,
to
it might be
show you
Pez.
something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works
Yeah.
is to give you a live demonstration. And
Put
that's what
Pez,
I'm going to
that's
do.
a hit for Pez.
All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here.
Sorry, I opened up my
Set up
Google
everything.
Mail. Please don't read my emails. Please don't read my Google Mail.
One moment, sorry.
Is this a joke?
So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration,
Hey, congratulations.
and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that.
Please don't read my Google Mail. This is private, you guys.
This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in.
Give it a
I'm
little
showing
longer.
a small demonstration level.
Once
And on
again,
this
please
side, you
don't
see
read
the
my
entity
Google
graph,
Mail.
which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker,
Sure.
the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in. And
Looks
my
good.
client get connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got
That's a bingo
unstowed
hit if
into
you
that
got it.
chart. And we had real-time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player. You will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red.
If he stuffs up,
And they each
like
zone comes
majorly
with its own
again,
coordinate system
it might
and its own
count
physical
as
grid. And this is how
drunk
we
on
actually
stage.
on live do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will at real time update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And that allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go
it's not,
from
but
the smallest
if it's
scope to the largest
comedic
scope.
enough to claim so.
So
Yeah, that's why I'm saying there's a barrier.
everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here,
Some
you will
plushies.
see they spawn.
Oh,
they
look
get
at the
created
plushies.
Immediately on my entity graph. And
Yeah, this is
replicated
still
on
the so in the
server
engine.
and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here. And you see this,
look at the plushies.
pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those, they will also transition between the different
Yeah,
zones.
definitely. Someone's going to get the
And
title
same
of being drunk
works
on
for
stage.
ships or more complex
So
entities.
it's a matter of like,
If I
do we
spawn,
call it this early?
This buggy here, you will see this one gets created.
Oh,
with
look
all
at the
its
buggy and all
attachments
the
and
plushies.
everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single chart. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area,
yeah,
you will
RG
see
mechanic.
that the purple
it's
area
true.
will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there.
Here's the link on the Pyro test channel.
So now
31st.
I have a second player join. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think you see him over there. Hey Ben. Sorry.
Bingo. How could you have a bingo?
Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here.
Guys like craft work?
Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. So this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you usually see the 30K or something.
No.
You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit, and the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is
I still want to hear them say
state right now.
When
but I didn't disconnect.
It's gonna be.
Because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server.
Because they haven't even spoken on what
be a bit patient for it.
The preview channel thing is. It's kind of like it came out faster than they had time to announce it.
And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state.
Oh, wait, what?
It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be
the date isn't
again. This is
but that's
very
like
early tech.
I still want to know what
but
that
this is
means.
a great benefit of what we have with our replication.
Can you take like your character into that, or is it just like a PTU?
There's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool.
Yeah, it crashes server and a new one picks it up.
This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC.
Server meshing.
This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC,
yeah, so are we all getting this tool?
Let's wait and see what's happening here.
Once again, please do not read my Google Mail.
All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what
or at least to some degree. Yeah.
Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh.
And she's like, well, he couldn't have gotten server meshing like displayed while being drunk, you know. So I think he's past the litmus for drunkenness.
So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic. Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated.
Is it seamless to move between them?
But only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So
remember, this is just
while
one
I'm
room,
in the
though.
green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between
server
those
meshing
zones,
this year. No, that's not proof of server meshing.
you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice
Copies
anything.
the character to both
This all
before
happens
you
behind the
transfer.
scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority
Well, not only would the
assignment
package still be there,
on
when
the
they
client as
did it
well.
before, the character was still
You
there.
can
He was
see
just walking on the
that
spot.
even entities, as they transition into the other zone,
Why do I have a server
seamlessly
server meshing? I had like
transition to that zone.
server meshing this year. That's not
And not
confirmed
only
yet.
that, I can also interact with
just a
entities that
demonstration.
are on the other side. So if I go on this green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always
This is
fun to
replication
build
layer
stuff up,
and
right?
a bit of server meshing.
All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate. And that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones,
Well, he's saying that
I will switch between the different servers.
Because the replication layer is separated, it's on both of them already.
But there's
so
more
they're
to
like,
this. So remember
it's like you're
when
on
I
both
turned
of
on
the servers
streaming
before
earlier?
his character
the
moves
same
to him.
streaming mechanics work here as well. Like obviously in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3
Static
servers,
meshing. Yeah,
all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that red, into the red zone. What happens on that purple server?
Well, remember,
And I
it's
just
about
disappeared.
scaling it though.
So right
this is
now,
like a hole.
on
This is
this
literally a
server,
hallway. with
There's only
servers that
Benoit
are like on a
replicated. And
private
Benoit,
network.
if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client
He desynced
at all.
a little when he
And
jumped
in
over.
theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more things going on. Let me get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah.
Yeah, this is far more relevant.
So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the
Chris
state
comes out and he's
constant,
like, it's going to be
even if
live
the server
next
goes down,
week.
is,
No.
I think a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
Like giving birth,
That's right.
Without you guys
and your trust,
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard
Scaling
to deliver all this
is entirely
amazing
different,
stuff
but
that will be either in your hands now
hopefully
or in your hands very
they
soon.
know.
And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
yeah.
That's what we need for this
Right.
MMO, guys! That's what we need!
Like, you know, how many
Great demo,
servers
by the way.
are they going to need
That was great. Come on,
to
yeah.
do this, though? Like, is that going to be what
Thank you,
becomes...
guys.
Thank
Like,
you.
you know, we can't afford to have 1,000 servers just for, like, one thing.
I know I'm live. Dan, I gotta digest what we just saw. Take it away from that boat, Dan.
We're not calling Pyro this year yet
What is
until
up,
we hear
everyone?
them
We are back
talk
here
about
on the
it.
CitizenCon show floor. Give it up for that
Because they
amazing
may
panel
actually
you
say,
just saw. We are so
"And we're
excited
gonna
to have
get
all
it
that stuff
this
working. We're
year."
here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area here at CitizenCon 2953 at the Los Angeles Convention Center. I have with me 2 of our content creators who are going to be in the Fight or Flight later today. We got Bognagas and Lizzie. What is up, guys? We're going to be doing some lightning round questions
No
about your
idea.
guys' upcoming stuff. First question, how does it feel to see Atmo come to life here at CitizenCon?
It's so cool. It's this is the first real esports thing at an event like this for Star Citizen, so I'm really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great opportunity for the community to showcase the PvP in the Star Citizen community.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting
Dude
ship.
doesn't seem drunk. Seems like
the
he's
Arrow.
fucking juiced.
Definitely the Ghost, Hornet Ghost.
All right. Advice to people learning
Yeah, the stream is
dogfighting in
distinct
Star
as
Citizen.
fuck.
Nose to the grindstone, go hard at it.
Yeah, don't be
I have
afraid.
no
Just jump
idea
into
who they
Arena
are.
Commander and just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter, LazyB_.
Yeah, same thing.
I mean, I
Twitch,
guess-
Bognagus.
All right, and you
All
know, a
those,
lot of
like,
tension,
servers,
a lot of animosity.
Like everyone
Say
would be
something nice
on
about
that
your
collection
opponent.
of servers, though.
got a
Like
great
it wouldn't
mustache.
be for the same 100 people.
I'm going to feel really bad blowing them up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Admiral Fighter Flight. The matches are going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut
He
it back
tucked
to
in his
Jared and the
esports shirt,
CitizenCon main
his
stage. We'll
jersey.
see you guys back here on the floor.
Bro, it
soon.
doesn't work like that.
See you
Yeah,
guys then.
Stash Dad for sure. Tucked in Dad. Ooh, tucked in Dad. There you go, fix and flight. This one will be good. This one's resource management. It's gonna show a bunch of multi-crew gameplay and how to fix stuff. This thing should go for an hour. The last one was supposed to go for an hour and a half. There should be a far more. Like, this is gonna show stuff that's coming to the game.
I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EUPU team, and welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different. So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you're about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Don't forget to like the stream, by the way, guys. I'm not one for pushing promo stuff like that, but I'd appreciate it for the push.
And I'm going to talk about the research network. So what is the research network? The main drive for the research network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized.
No, they haven't really done play outpost properly.
And that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do.
Yeah, this is resource management tick.
So
yeah,
it is a
that's
network, as you can
hit.
see on that picture. Showing the connections between different items, even those inside of your containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You are going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're showed today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets.
No, we don't have player
There is
outposts confirmed.
tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic.
Yeah, they're all
make sure
going to be.
that everything is and stays.
They're all going to be
operable.
nervous guys.
Maybe even go further in the
kinda
sense
cute.
of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
I think
So all of this is of course optional.
No, we've got
so
multiple
you can
then.
purchase those items already, and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches,
that mini map at the top left.
you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it.
That minimap's
which
sick.
will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury. So it's making it fully functional again. And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed, so I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius. So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way. So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view.
First ship we're giving away was the A1 Spirit.
So you can see the full setup of the network with the
We have a
relays,
number
the
more
green dots connecting to
different
each other, and the relays connecting to the items. Color and shape below the icons should help you identify the different item types, like power
That's
plants,
cool.
weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed. The
Do you have
health state
them
it is
go?
in,
I don't
the
even
current
know
wear
if
and
we've
tear
got
on the item, and the current state it
had
runs
enough
in,
of
like
them.
charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that
info's
the
on
amount
the
of users that are still active, and yeah, because a relay consists
So
of
if you
several
do have a
users,
bingo-
basically they're their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. Like you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry.
Yeah, you
and
get a
here's
screenshot
the
them
relay overlay.
and email them through.
Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again. So, something to highlight here. Take a closer look at the doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment.
It looks like we do have the first winner.
Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it on in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states.
Keep going,
we
we've still got more ships to give out.
Control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp, or the front-facing ramp, or the back-facing ramp.
Yeah, it's definitely a win. Plus, there's plenty of cards that have been rolled that people participating. A lot of people had like 3 to 4 already as well.
So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented.
The way it works is that each time there's a hit, I'll call it in chat, and then you click on your that space for it, and it's going to be 5 in a row in any direction. So it could be like, you know, vertical, wonky ways,
so as
or
you
horizontal.
Can tell, engineering gameplay will bring
the next prize.
a lot
Let
of
me
changes.
pick it.
Some of those changes
And,
are adding
100%,
batteries
I've sent you
to
the,
ships that will allow you to get a little bit of
the A1
extra
already.
power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption.
Next one we'll do is
where the biggest change that will come
Adventure
in this
Titan
update
with
is
LTI
to
and
resource,
the Solar
is
Winds
basically
paint
to the resource
and
consumption
Stars
and
and download.
generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide.
Some of the cards in that thing, a lot of people just mashed all the options, but that's why I had to take a look first. Oh, loading.
Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy. But your ships will not.
You can actually cross-reference
energy to have all components
106's card. It's on the bingo thing.
Instead, you have to decide
it shows
what
exactly
you want
what they have, what
permanently
they've showed me.
powered by your power
It hasn't
plant.
photoshopped, it's real.
So managing decisions will have an impact
I can
now.
confirm it from this end.
You could decide, as in this example, to shut down.
If you win it, you can gift it
process
to whoever you
turn
want.
on the
It's
weapons.
whoever opens it up.
Isn't the best choice, since you will not
Send
be
a
able
screenshot
to maneuver,
to
so it might
my
not help when you're
email
out
in the
text.
description.
You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems.
If you want someone else to get
You will be able to
it,
recharge the batteries again,
you,
but you need to free up energy from the power
send a
plant
link
to
that
directly
will be
into
sent
the
to you
batteries.
to whoever
I think that was a little bit
you want it.
more than just a recap,
And
but
as long as they're logged in,
now
it'll be applied
Guillermo
to
will
whoever's
talk
logged in.
about malfunctions.
So I will talk about malfunctions
Yeah,
real quick.
make sure you
Then
don't click
next-
it unless
next
you're
video, since we're a bit
logged
behind
into the
schedule.
account.
What are malfunctions? You've seen
It's all good.
misfires in the
I'm cross-referencing it
universe
all.
for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with.
Don't worry, people have been sending me
for
fake
the
ones
functions,
the
when
entire
misfire,
time.
spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the
I have
ship.
about 7 emails where
Or,
everyone's
signature
clicked
burst,
every
which
single thing.
increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people
We've
with life
confirmed-
support.
we've
You're
confirmed
supposed to be able
5.
to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works. Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own.
Yeah, everyone has a different card. Yeah.
So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher.
And there's like 30 options, so a lot of people don't even have some of the ones that are coming up. So I made sure that they were unique enough.
And here we have the option of using the life support system to also set up before and just venting the area.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. Sorry, I'm being distracted by like watching it.
And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment, has been successfully put out. Okay, so let's get Thurston back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action,
Yeah,
but let's
don't
get
worry, everyone
a
will be
video of one of our
quite
play sessions.
far away
It's gonna
from
probably show it a bit better.
getting it.
So, yeah.
But I
I
still
have
got
to
a bunch
excuse
of ships
myself
to give
already
away.
because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a
Probably
poor
give
job,
another 3
but
out today.
More to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, I wanted to talk about.
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration at a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup, we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our
Engineering,
engineers
like,
running around and
on a carrack, like a full crew in the
no
carrack is
one
gonna be
being
great.
seated in the turrets. So
the music is warped.
Yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, prevent further damage to it, but I failed. That was causing a bit to the panic.
I really
even got
want
distracted in this
multi-crew to
moment.
be
we
like
managed
purposeful.
to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, actually the power plant also starts to
Like
take damage.
nomadic gameplay
And at
is
this
my
moment,
sort
I'm
of
also telling
dream Star
Pete
Citizen
and
gameplay
Simon
loop.
to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, I opened the compartment to
agreed.
make it access
Agreed.
faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but didn't manage to. The attack moved to the forward side, targeting the batteries, because the
Ship
player who
armor
was attacking
better
us actually
be
knew the ship
way
layout.
better though. They really need a buff.
And
Like,
here I
because if you're getting like this
noticed
attack,
that the
I
second
feel like
power plant
it'd be
is
just
also
blown
under
up by the
attack,
time it came
so
online.
I have to redirect our mechanics to it, and at this point we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a
is
bit
this a
chaotic.
magic repair beam?
Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant, because were already running out of battery life. If we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death. And I think in the next part of the video, we basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away. So we at least
I like the
managed
idea of them being
save
able
one
to
of the
like
power plants.
juice sort of components to get more like power out of them.
Yeah, that's now. I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And
Pete.
The next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died, and the end of the show. Yeah, thanks.
I mean, that's why bed logging is so important. Like,
so
it's gonna add so much
what
more
you just
worth
saw
to your
gives a
ship.
good idea of how
but
busy
it all
ships
just
will
feels
be,
kind of
and
throwaway at the moment.
what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Melstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network, and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession, as well as in the base building, where both are related
let's
to
let
each
them
other.
say it.
Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are already we are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features.
This is a dot point,
As a
you
huge
know?
thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, Active Feature team, and the Arena Commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could
He
see
said
here.
it, but does that count? It's
And
like a dot
it's
point.
something
but-
that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking
All
with
right.
us
I mean, it's
on
hard.
this
It's
journey.
hardly like they're ever gonna. They're not actually gonna say, "Player Outpost. This is what it's gonna
Wait,
be. Like it's coming out
there's
this week."
one more thing.
All right, you get Player Outposts from that. I'll be lenient for
So
that.
we really want to get your hands. We really want you to get your hands on this because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU. And this will be soon. So, thank you.
Polaris just keeps
Powerful.
sending me like, "Look,
Hi,
I've
everybody.
picked them all."
I think I'm supposed. There we are.
Remember, they only count if I validate
You
that
know,
it's a hit.
When we started this, we said we'd have a nice, relaxed pace. That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck
All
not?
right.
And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have a time to
Me.
open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine you over the last
True.
2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise.
Yep.
Edgewise. So let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactica, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
He might be drunk, but he's not drunk on stage. Okay. So, for the people asking about like what ones already hit, I kind of have a rule on that. You know, I don't want people coming in late and then just adding all the previous things.
I'm Galactica,
Um,
media manager for Star Citizen, or as I like to say,
But I mean, I
professional
think it
ship
might be
poster.
fair at the moment. Like, we've got like a pretty. It seems like a pretty difficult bingo card to hit.
And then next
But
to Kat, we have Forrest.
so it should be okay. But yeah, so we've got. Someone wrote it earlier.
Who let this guy on
I should
stage?
copy it down because it's going to get harder to harder to mention.
Jared Huckabee. What's her title these days?
You know, because if someone was watching the stream somewhere else, and then just came back, and then rolled a card, and then just had all the things, and like, oh, I hit. Like, you know, that feels less fair.
Toby Gaming. And for those of you in the audience, just out of curiosity, who has used a Toby eye tracker before?
His update, fake gameplay.
A good number of
Resource
you.
management, space wells, creator name drop.
Who have not used a Toby eye tracker, I want you to look to the left. I didn't see anybody look to the left. Everybody look to the left. And then now to the right. All right. Now, wouldn't that be awesome if you
Awkward.
do that in game and not have to use your hands to do camera controls? That would free up your ability to focus on your flight and your fighting in game. And with all of that, you can do with the Toby Eye Tracker 5, which is some of the prizes that we're going to be giving out today. So thank you so much, Toby, for being here and for providing these prizes for us. All right, now, who's ready to see some cosplayers? Can we get some drum rolls? Yes. Judges, are you ready? Yes. Yes? Are you sure? Yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
the
coming
concern
up
is that
first,
thing.
we have Diabolus.
We don't have clearly drunk. That's not a hit yet.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Wow.
a spin for us.
Yeah, back smells good.
Who is this? Who is this?
This is the Artemix Elite Hurston armor.
If you want to get a closer look or ask any questions, you're more than welcome to.
How you doing, man?
I can't see anything and I can't hear
It's right here. I'll guide you. I'll guide you. He can't see anything. Come this way and stand right here.
Give back it.
Just don't move. You'll be safe.
All right. So what else is on the
Ready for cosplay number 2 with Kin Shadow.
the agenda? So after the cosplay competition, there's a lunch break. Goes for an hour. Then there's Talking Ship 2953. That's where we might get a bunch of those. Yeah, we're gonna get heaps of ship hits then for those who have a lot of ship stuff on their card.
That was Ken Shadow?
That is Kin Shadow. All right, and number 3 is a little bit special. We have.
Yeah, I don't think he seems drunk though.
Gang.
It's little Terry.
I think we're human shields right now.
All right.
God, that VIP only thing was always so cringe.
How tight are those pants?
No shift stuff being Amsterdam time. Well, if they keep to the timing of when this started, it'll be an hour and a half from now. It's presenting this year's newly released vehicles with a focus on how law of the past is shaping vehicles of the future, as well as a look at the pipeline itself and the new methodologies within. Right, so there's a ton of like bingo hits are going to happen then, guys.
So if you are not familiar with Hydrosa, it does stream on Twitch, and I was lurking a little bit in his chat while he was making his outfit, and he told me that he has never made a cosplay before, and that he had to learn how to sew and do a lot of different fabrications in order to make this outfit, which is quite impressive for a first cosplay. I've made probably about 100 cosplays, and they look nothing like that, so GG's. All right, up next, we have Lito as Jimmy.
Yeah, those were definitely cosplay dads, hey?
There we go, I was waiting for that.
I'll be right back.
That helmet looks 1.5 scale.
Where is Jax? Have you seen him? Have you seen Jax? No.
Say what?
Are we waiting for Jimmy?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's take a look at it while we're waiting.
Anybody want to sing a song?
Oh, this could be clearly drunk on stage if Jared's gone missing. He's gone MIA.
All right, for everybody who's on stage, I want you to do like your best in-game emotes impression.
Yeah, Stitch Guy's pretty good.
Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Well, the real Jimmy.
He just has that. Like, he always has that.
Can't see.
All right.
Jared could have been at the bar.
We have a Britty Kitty.
Wow.
Can you see in that thing?
She was doing the idol.
That's amazing. All right, and next we have Jack Montana.
What armor is that?
Oh,
that's
one
the
that's going to be able to bring Luke
the
back.
Avril or whatever it is.
All right, and next we have a familiar face, Sigelian. Also,
Oh,
side note,
he's
if
nervous.
you have never had pizza made by Sigelian, I highly recommend it. You're missing out. All right.
The fuck is
And up next we
Sigelian?
have Cyber Wolf 74.
The girls one was pretty dope. 'Cause that's like a seamless armor. Like the Stitcher one was cool, but like the Artemix one is the most impressive, but it's not like
Doesn't know where to go.
seamless. But that the girl armor's one's fucking like
Last we
clean.
have Cats.
Guys, step forward on this line. Step forward on this line. In the middle of this.
And her Pico sidekick, of course. We can't forget Pico.
I love your nice
That
little
is so
Pico.
great.
Forward.
Perfect.
All right, judges, feel free to go around, ask questions, think really hard, and let me know when you have.
That's the thing with armor cosplay stuff. Like,
Alright.
as soon as you can start seeing like paint
John, can we
and
kill the good? There you
Testing. My mic is on.
you know repairs on certain things that become bumpy, and that you just see the foam core. I've done a lot of stuff with like cosplays and cosplay competitions before. So I've seen all of this stuff a million times, and yeah, look how fucking clean that is. Like it has to be clean for it to come off as like real
that was
armor.
pretty. That was easier than we thought.
And it's
you got
like
yours, right?
pretty
Yeah,
flippin' clean.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, let's announce our.
Hey,
third
it's not
place
lazy. It's
winner.
just they're doing it for fun.
I'll let
You know,
Kat announce
like some
it.
people, it's just like purely like, woo, yeah, I'm doing a dress up, and it's like, you know, good on them.
Diabolus in the Artemex League Hurston armor, and you win a Toby Eye Tracker 5 and an A1 Spirit. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Is that first or is that?
Wait, and a spirit?
Yeah.
Is that like a runner-up?
All right, if I can have you when you're done, just stand right
Like that's
here.
ballsy to try and do that.
Right.
There are some funny ones in me in cosplay.
All right, let's have you stand right here, because then we're gonna have.
Barely
you
see
like-
shit.
I
You didn't put a
don't
hand
think
on
you
his
see
back.
very well. I was gonna lead you along. All right, right here. Okay, right. Yep. Don't need to get off stage, but right here. is fine.
It's
Okay.
so like
And second place winner, Forrest. Who do we got?
Step back.
super
For
ballsy
second place,
to try that one.
went with Hydrosa with the advocacy.
They're just this dude. I mean, that was clean.
Oh,
It was a bit simple for my liking, but he did have a big smile on his face, which is nice.
All right,
Dustin's
I'm gonna
community is
have
really
you
middle-aged.
stand
Yeah,
right
well,
here.
it was crowdfunded 10 years ago, so
Can
people
we
had
get
to
a
have money
drum roll in the audience,
10 years
please?
ago
Make
for
some
it.
noise.
All right. First place is an OG. This is a Star Citizen that goes back to 2012. I've been to Disneyland with this guy. I've bled with this guy. I pushed him around in a wheelchair.
All right.
Just so
Visibly
happens to
drunk
have our
on
first place
stage.
Costume this year. Ken
That counts.
Shadow with the Toby Eye Tracker 5 and an Anvil Carrot.
Really? Oh, they got a carrot. Nice. I thought it's this Militech gear.
Picture.
Yeah, visibly drunk on stage. I know he's drunk on excitement, but
And then receive your trophy.
I don't know why he got
Congratulations.
first.
I'm gonna have you stand right here. So.
Oh,
we know
well,
that
okay,
these
through that helmet is
cosplayers put
pretty-
a lot of work and time and dedication into
pretty
their
crazy.
outfits. So, as a little token of appreciation, we're also going to give everybody here on stage with us today
Banning Merchantman is
gift
BMM.
that I cannot announce
Character's pretty good.
until
Yeah, he's showing.
the next
Get that
panel.
drunk
So,
excitement.
if you want to know what that ship is, stay tuned for the next panel and you'll find out. But thank you all for
Oh.
being here and for putting all this work into your outfits. The judges, do we have any final thoughts?
No, I think we need to get together and take a big photo and then
Yeah,
go to
let's
lunch.
do that.
All right.
Yes,
Let's get
let's
together.
go to lunch.
Close, close, close.
Close gaps.
Huddle,
Close
huddle,
ranks.
huddle, huddle, huddle.
Wait, get in here, boys.
Woo! Say soul citizens.
Now, say Star Citizen. You too, Tyler? Yeah. All right, everybody, that does it for us. We're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 3 p.m. with Talking Ship. So.
And as your resident social media manager, I have to remind you to make sure you're using the hashtag CitizenCon 2953 when you're uploading your photos to social media. We're actually going to reward some of our favorite posts with some VKB joysticks, so make sure you're putting those on Twitter or X, whatever we're calling it these days. Thank y'all, and enjoy the rest of your CitizenCon. Thank you guys so much.
I'm putting a poll up for this ship. Okay, so for this poll, there's, in case people don't know specifically, there's actually an unannounced straight to flyable ship coming out. So when they say unannounced, it means, you know, it can't be Polaris or whatever. So, oh wait, I just didn't mean to add another one. So, here is what we've got on the poll. We've got the Zeus Mark II, which is one thing that we've heard of. There's the Cutter variant, which would be very lame. We actually don't know what it is, or not accidental option. That was, I accidentally clicked add one and I didn't see a delete. Because a lot of people have been saying the Zeus Mark II is gonna be like, it was still in white box, and that was in the pipeline Discord. But that, you know, so it's not 100% if it's in the pipeline Discord, but it's something to take into consideration. They seemed pretty adamant that it still was in white box. If they say it's the it's the Cutter variant, that's fucking lame, dude. Hey, this is how you doing? I mean, this lunch break is should be an hour. But hold on, let me see. They're trying to make up time. 11 was 5. Oh yeah, so it might be a little extra. Yeah, it might be like an hour and 7 minutes. Drake snub. Yeah, I don't understand the reason for like variants of the Cutter, like especially because like one of them's like, what's the other one? One's like an exploration one. It's like, what? Crowd, yeah, if it's Cutter variants, crowd is audibly frustrated. I reckon probably will. I want to hear like, but the crowd is audibly frustrated. I want to hear a fucking groan, you know, like a weird pause and like, mule variant. So what do we think about Pyro? I mean, it looks cool, but we still don't know what, you know, the missions are there. Are they just gonna like copy paste a bunch of stuff or what, you know? It's gonna be cut a variant or I'll be shocked. Nothing I know is close to being flyable. Yeah, I know, because I know they have two. What's the other one, guys? I know that there's two cutter variants, right? There's the exploration and what was the other one? So far we have PES update, baked gameplay, resource management, space whales, player outposts, and create a name drop. Current prize is, what was it? It was the Avenger Titan with LTI and Solar Winds paint with the visual download. They could and might add announce a different ship to the PIB, but they've said in particular that it's an unannounced. And okay, keep this in mind as well. In like some marketing emails that I've gotten from them, I've heard them say the words in particular that an unannounced ship that's redacted that punches well above its weight. So I can't imagine unless they were just really bad at wording that they would say a cut-up variant would be punching above its weight, you know? Scout and exploration. See, those are two of the fucking laziest things that they could do for variants, because it already is both those things. Like, it's a long distance, like, small ship. Like, that's just two other ways of describing what the cut already is, in my opinion. Like, there has to be better. There has to be better. Well, no, we don't have it confirmed about Pyro being this year. We have that they're doing, like a preview channel, yeah? A preview channel by the end of the month on the 31st, that you'll be able to go into. But we don't know, like, is that your character you're able to bring into it? Or is it just like a PTU where you just roll a random thing? Because if it's that, kinda don't really give a shit. And because in my opinion, if it's Pyro this year, has got to be actually like playable properly and not just a fucking PTU bullshit. Because like, who gives a shit, you know? Like, if nothing matters in it, then nothing. Like, sure, you can explore and look around and whatever, but it's not like, you know, it's gotta matter. Tumblestorm and that they're already like announced. The key thing is like unannounced. I think, Oh yeah, I'd love I really want the motorbike to come out too. Well, Saeed, it's because they need to do the whole, like, you know, it's definitely going to be in a different server, and so they've got to do a way of getting to that other server. And initially they were kind of saving that all for some version of server meshing, but connecting it so you can go there, do stuff there, and then connect it back, and how that all works with jump gates or whatever, like that have to confirm all that shit. And so they said that it's okay. Remember, at the start of the year, they said we were going to get server meshing by the end of the year, and we were going to get Pyro by the end of the year. They were the promises at the start of the year. So that's why I'm hesitant on calling the Pyro one, because I feel they're yet to talk about it. Wasn't that the replication layer demo? No, not so much, because they have said that they were going to push Pyro forward, even if it meant doing it without full server meshing. So they haven't said it yet. You know, they're clearly going to give like a panel on Pyro, and they're going to announce that link that I already shared. And they're going to talk about server meshing properly, but they haven't done that yet. And so I think that's when we're going to hear a date, at least for... I said that for years, but remember, this is for the bingo's sake. This is what I have as my, you know, what is good enough for me to classify the bingo hit, you know? It's not that I trust them that they're going to do it. My cash till Pyro really took off. Yeah, well, now they're charging to get into Pyro, because you have to buy that goodies pack or be, you know, one of their most trusted testers kind of thing to get into it. Does the rework of scopes count as a... No, that doesn't count as rework weapons. The weapon rework... Let me turn this music down a little bit so I can... The weapon rework is the actual gun weapons themselves. They've been talking about doing a rework on all like damage, how they like affect systems, and rebalancing them with like armors, with ownership armor, like shields and that. And that rework in particular is gonna be fucking massive. Like that's because at the moment, like a lot of the guns in that, there's not enough differences between them, and people have known for a long while that there's not really a good meta between like the shield and gun sort of changing and balancing. And so that rework is something that's really looking forward to. Yeah, scopes don't count. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna fill up my waters and stuff. I'll be back in like a minute. Beards is facial hair in game. It's something that I've been talking about for years. So to recap, we've been talking about tomorrow. The bingo might be a dad bingo. Dad bingo as in we'll have a bunch of different types of dads, a bunch of different rare dads, and if we see them in the crowd, it'll be for that. So everyone have a bingo card for different types of dads. So I'll go through the dads now, and we can come up with some more dads to add to the list. So far we got Frosted Tips Dad, Farmer Dad, Amish Dad, which is like it's got to have like a chin strap beard, Bondage Dad, and Bondage Dad could also be like Matrix Dad. You got Elvis Dad, Muscle Dad, Wizard Dad, Aloha Dad, Anime Dad, Spooky Dad, Angry Dad, Fanny Patch Dad, Fancy Dad, Disappointed Dad, Metal Dad, Stoner Dad, Regret Dad, Socks in Sandals Dad, Country Dad, DedLeader, A Good Dad, Drunk Dad, Denim Dad, Sports Dad, Doghouse Dad, Milk Dad, Paperboy Dad, and then Mafia Dad. You can't just do races. These are all like nuanced comedy observations, you know? They can't just be like a dad that has a receding hairline. The description has to be somewhat artistic in nature, you know? Sleepy Dad, that's a good one. They're gonna be like up to interpretation. Sorry, I'm eating Doritos. Pony Dad. I mean, I was trying to think of ways to say like, what's the funniest, simplest way to say a dad that's like dragged his missus along? Breakfast Dad. Okay. Also, remember, I'm never going to be the guy to, like, give shit to other nerds. Alright? So I don't want anyone to see this and feel bad that we called them a racist dad on stream. All geek dads are beautiful. Okay? That's why, if they're sort of magical in nature, their name's like Wizard Dad, or you know, too obscure to be a real Trophy Dad. That's a good one. And we can't be Geek Dad. Geek Dad's too, that's all of them. It's too easy a square. They're gonna be rare dads. Trophy Dad's good. Majestic Dad. I guess that is like a very unique quality. Yeah, we're pro dad here, okay? Long legs. that kind of sounds like Trophy Dad. Like, oh damn, look at the legs in that dad. That's Scratchy Dad. That's all dads. Thanks, fast. We'll never hear them though. You know, these are all going to be purely like observational from like watching Freaks in the Back. I think we got Cowboy Dad. Dadsplainer kind of makes sense because, like, you know those memes of like people like at like a game or something, and they're clearly like going on a rant to someone who just doesn't care. Clearly Drunk was confirmed. Yeah. That was Jared. Yeah. The Doritos pretty good. I'm committing like a bit of a crime because I've got cheese supreme Doritos, but I'm dipping them in nacho cheese dip. So like, cancel me now, why don't you? But they've all got beards. Can't have beard dab. Like, unless you like make it like Wookiee dad or something. Bigfoot dad. Okay, Bigfoot dad works. It has to be like debatable. Chairman's calm dad. No, thick dad could be taken too bad. I mean, it's like thick dad. Like, yeah, give me that thick dad. Ponytail dad. I feel like there's another word for ponytail dad. It's got to be a better like alternative description. Doritos dad. Yeah, look. Doritos dad. Golf dad. Yeah, I mean, describe to me what a golf dad is. So say if it went by. No, dad's too much all of them. It can't be too easy a square. Punk dad? Yeah. Chad dad. I really got Chad dad. We've got trophy dad and we've got like muscle dad. Hipster dad, yeah. I saw that one before and I guess that makes sense. Italian's dad. Well, we've got mafia dad. Golf shirt and a visor. Well, none of them are going to wear a visor though. I like polo. Look, I'll. Enough people have said golf dad, so maybe it's like an American thing. No, it's gonna be even more wordy. It's gonna be like way too large a hat dad, like stupidly big hat dad. Well, got cosplay dad. Wait, did I end up adding that? Okay, no, yeah. Sorry, cosplay dad. Baghdad. What about Cool Hat Dad? Dad of the year. That's quite good. We'll have to work these down. Hold on. So we can't have too many, otherwise, like, I'm gonna. There's only so many dads in the world. Oh, I got 1, 2, 3. What's this? With 37. That's too many dads. Hat of the year. Nah, cool hat dad I like. Yeah, dad bod dad's too focused on the body, because they're all got dad bods. Dad of the year. Okay, yeah. Oh no. What's the mug? The mug, like world's #1 dad. You know? Or if they don't show the crowd next time, they have to show the crowd. Remember that like long ass pan they did? Number one dad. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I think, okay, because we got like too many here, we actually have to weasel some of them down. Whittle. I'm going to do a poll. A dad poll. And we're going to do some like knockout dad rounds here. Let me find some questionable dads. Let's see, Frosted Tips dads questionable. Farmer dad could be questionable. Disappointed dad could be questionable. Because we've got like disappointed dad and regret dad. Alright, they're both going in the poll. Right. We're gonna do a knockout dad round where you gotta vote for your favorite of these dads and then the rest will be deleted. Alright. Which of these dads do you want to save? My wife's dad is a farmer, and I will stand by the opinion that he is 100% farmer dad. Knockout dad time. Well, farmer dad is pulling ahead. It makes sense too. Like, I feel like if we spotted someone that classified as a farmer dad, everyone would be so excited. Save a farmer today. Well, you never know. Like, someone just may, be looking extra homely. So much so that it, like, falls into farmer dad territory. Alright, farmer dad survives. I'm removing the other dads from the island. But we still got to get rid of some. So let me just think of which ones go up on the chopping block. Okay, what an angry dad. See, because we got a country dad as well. So, okay. I'm going to put country dad on the chopping block. Sport dad's going on the chopping block. Put a drunk dad on there too. Yeah, exactly. There's a country dad and there's a farmer dad. That's why both can't survive. This music sounds appropriately dramatic enough for the knockout dad round. Someone's doing sound tests, it sounds like. A lot of faith out there for drunk dad. Yeah, it's appropriately tense. The sound guy's probably like, oh shit, they're doing Dad Bingo knockout rap. Put on the super dramatic music. Yeah, we'll know. Yeah. Alright. Which of these dads do you look forward to finding tomorrow in CitizenCon Day 2? Dum dum dum. Killing off dads. Well, it's because we have too many. Because like for a one bingo card, it's 25. We have like close to 40 or something dads on there. Like people aren't gonna be able to get a fucking bingo card. All right, drunk dad made it. Like we're fine. We can add more, but then if we add more, we've still got to kill more dads off. Right, drunk dad survives. Because a lot of these sort of like we're too close to the other ones, and you know. The worst thing that could ever happen at a CitizenCon is that, you know, we go, oh, I can't tell if that's a farmer dad or a country dad. Yeah, what are we going to do? Yeah, no winners. We all lose. Milk dad. Alright, I'll show you what we got. Oh, it's too many for... Hold up. Dairy dad. Yeah. Yeah, never leave a good dad behind. There's a Gaddock sticker in the coin set they just released. Was it Doghouse Dad? Doghouse Dad is one that clearly, like, he snuck out. Of, like, like, oh, I'm just gonna go out. No, I'm not gonna go. I'm just gonna, you know, he's gonna be in trouble when he gets back, essentially. Someone who shouldn't be there. Like, maybe he'll realize he's on camera and then duck out or something. Lactose intolerant dad. Yeah, dairy dad and lactose intolerant dad are like worst enemies. Rivaling dads. Okay, it's gonna be tough to call. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a real, like, close analysis of like, someone will need to really pitch why that's Doghouse Dad, you know, and it'll need to be convincing. As I said, it might be like, you know, when like someone like looks at a camera and then you can tell they realize that they're on camera and then they recoil or do something to get away from it. Like, you could say, oh, it's because they didn't want to be seen. Or they're like looking a little bit suspicious. It's the dad, server meshing dad. Anyone on camera can be a dad. Yeah. Ooh. I don't know. I think it can't be shy dad because I think guilt needs to play a large part of the identification. And I think the pitch in why you think someone looks guilty is like, that's how you earn that one. Yeah, well, silly dilly. That's like the entire reason why we're doing Dad Bingo. Because, you know, 10 years ago it was crowdfunded, meaning that you'd have to have a disposable income when it came out, which would be like, earliest got to be like early 20s. And now it's 10 years since then. The majority of those people, them and definitely older, are probably dads now anyway. And so, Star Citizen notoriously has a large dad population. And so, and seeing like who was in the audience, it was very apparent. Age poll for chat? Sure. How do I word it? Same. No, that's in general. Who that dad? I somewhat rigged it because I'm 38 and I put 38 in both technically. But both the data ranges, you know. Get just all the young release the game when they have money. True. Well, and I mean like simulators are technically like that's a pretty older generation type game to still like appeal to people. Like I know a lot older people get into, you know, flight simulators, you know, racing simulators, that sort of thing. You doomed me. Well, no, it's 45 plus. I would have added more, but it didn't give me any more options, Dad. Yeah, I don't have any kids, but I'm a space dad. My child is the space itself, is the stars. I just read that, Baron. Feature complete and at polishing. Well, we got that on the bingo thing, didn't we? What was it? How did I word it? Oh, Scotland 42 in... Oh yeah, no, 2024. Yeah, next year. That sounds realistic. How many kids? Yeah, all you dads are my kids. I've got a bunch of freak dad children. I'm crunching on some dang Doritos. I'm the Dorito dad. Yeah, that 19 to 28, that's like evened up with the... Well, not yet. We haven't had them confirm when it's going to be ready. Man, you really wouldn't think that they'd be like letting slip information like Squadron 42 being feature complete before it like is announced literally on stage. That's kind of like fucked. I'm 38. Population dropping. Here we go. We'll end the poll here. That way everyone can live in bliss. That like, oh, it's not just for old people. Like, sure, half are like my age, but the other half are all in their 20s, you know, or even teenagers. Who in fact are dead. Okay, yeah, true. I'll say, are you an actual dad or lady dad? Okay, a mother. I want to pet that dog. I want to pet that dad. No, as in, are you... are you an actual dad? But I meant as in, that's inclusive of lady dad. You know? Just be inclusive, so fuck. Is Grandpa a dad? No, don't be stupid. There's only two states. It's the state of daddom is completely binary. You're either dad or you're non-dad. It's on or off. Bloody granddads out here just trying to flex their granddaddom. See? Dad recognizes dad. That's why everyone's like, you know, getting the whole dad bingo thing. Because it's just a known reality. Binary is another word for make-believe. No. Binary means one of two options. Ones and zeros. G'day, Terry. Yeah, morning. I'm in Victoria, so I've been up since 4 a.m. Yes, Anarius Polaris, I'm seeing all your 20 emails asking if this is a bingo, and you've just clicked every square every time. To be a dad with being a dad, if you know what I mean. How do you compete in bingo? The link is in the description, and you get your own bingo card. And then tomorrow we're doing dad bingo, where we've got a bunch of rare dads on a bingo card that we're going to be looking for in the audience. Since we've scientifically confirmed that the majority of people in the Star Citizen audience are dads. You know, okay, you said, like, you know, I hope we get dogs in game. Hold on, let me look at the... There was a leak, like a couple weeks back, that mentioned a whole bunch of stuff to do with pets. Let me just find it. That's why I'm like not willing to give out the pet thing too easily, because it might actually be in here. Yeah, look. Well, you can't look, but like data /lib /subsumption /activities /behaviors /dog /main.xml. And there's also in the dog file. There's also moveout.mxl, react to npc.xml, then react.xml, start.xml, and then just dog.xml. So there's dog data in this version, and a bunch of the behaviors seem to do with it being able to control it to some degree. So, you know, there is word of dog. It could be that dog. And I pet that dog. And I pet that dog. Dads love dogs, it's true. There's dog data. My god, if they made it like, if they made pets purchasable, as much as everyone got angry, they couldn't not spend money. No money till dogs. That's Doghouse Dog, Dad. There's Dogadator in there. Also, did you hear before, like, someone mentioned 3.21. No, 3.21, 3.22. Dad's into 40k. Dad's definitely into 40k. Like, oh, like Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves has like pets and that you can buy and shit. I definitely was you know, I bought into the whole pet ring. Being a W shipment gets blown up. Well, yeah, that just means should take better care of your ship. A Warpond companion. That sounds more badass too. That sounds less like they're just asking for real money from you. Damn, Warbond dog? That sounds sick. Well, I mean, it would be a smart move. Like all the ones that you get in game are just like raggedy pieces of shit mongrels. Just get like a cat that's smeared in poo.
Hey everybody, welcome
Yeah,
back to
it comes
CitizenCon
with the
2053.
you get a different dog each time,
I hope you had a delicious
so it
lunch.
definitely dies.
I had a pizza from the Galaxy Court here at the LA Convention Center, and it was just
And they
like
got
the
Among
pizza
Us?
I had at the Galaxy Court in the LA Convention Center back in 2005. I'm talking about the quality. It was good. It's just as good. We are here in the General Lounge.
No one
Oh,
laughed.
hey, we just came on in the General Lounge. Now batting center fielder, Manny Moda. All right, so we're here in the General Lounge with a collection of Star Citizens among us.
It's in pipeline.
Waiting for the start of our talking ship panel. I almost said the wrong thing. Our talking ship panel. That was my pun, and boy, I didn't realize how dangerous it was until I was live. Guys, we've seen 2 presentations so far. The first one had a whole lot of things in it. All at once, what was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Space cows.
Space cows? Server meshing! No, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just this general, like, hey, what are you, just checking in on everything we're going to show at CitizenCon. And Paul shows him and goes, I have this video to show. I think I know how to show server meshing. And we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you'd do it live on stage. And then challenged him again to add 2 people, then challenged him again to add 6 people. And yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Pyro? Just wait. Remember, there's a day 2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro Playground, which we're about to go to Dan Haubeck, he's going to show us, is actually going to be available in the new Star Citizen preview channel. You can learn all about the preview channel and how that's going to work up on the robertspaceindustries.com website. There's going to be a selection. There's going to be a lottery of people who got the digital goodies pack from CitizenCon. Those people in our concierge, and of course, our selection of our most devoted testers, and then they'll be able to play in the preview channel throughout the remainder of this year before it goes to PTU and then eventually its live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
Thanks, Jared. It's good to see you. Glad to see you're back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to CitizenCon 2953. We are back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground. Easily the key feature of the show floor. We want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to Celix Gaming and Asus Republic of Gamers. You guys literally helped make the show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground
later
happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers.
But I want to hear if they say
Pyro
it's definitely
for the very
not
first
coming
time.
out this year.
It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year, and we're so excited to bring Pyro into the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring it here, and to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor?
Pretty good, really good.
Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands for the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, how much content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations.
Yeah, it's so big that you just can't think about it.
It does it throughout the year,
so
but that
monumental.
might
and
still mean
from
coming
what
at
I've
the
been
end of the
people
year.
are having a blast. Everyone I've seen come out of the Pyro Playground
Yeah, I can't get
has
a
a big
man.
smile on their face. Their faces look blown. They just look so happy to experience Pyro. And so, what's the coolest reaction you've seen so far today?
Honestly, a lot of it's been the environment, but the big surprise has actually been some of the FPS AI. I think players who are going to fight the FPS AI are kind of surprised they're so hard. Some of that stuff is new tech, so it's neat to see players dealing with that and realizing, oh my god, I have to really struggle with this and really fight to deal with these AI. It's really fun.
So would you say it's a little bit more improved than what's currently on live right now?
Miles better, yeah.
That's fantastic. So give us your 30-second journey of when you got your hands on Pyro, because we've had multiple internal playtests leading up to CitizenCon. I've been in several of them, and I know what it was like for me being in Pyro for the first time. But for you, what was it like getting to play Pyro for the first time?
Honestly, by the time I played it, it was pretty polished, pretty surprising, and it was just so mind-blowing to see how different the environments were. But it's also moved a long way since then, and so it's been fun to see every single iteration. But yeah, the first experience is just super mind-blowing. It just looks so different.
Yeah, it's just being on Checkmate Station. You couldn't get lost for there forever, and players only have 40 minutes to do the Pyro Playground. And I've seen people go back in line. I've seen people just like go and redo things that they didn't get a chance to do the first time. So what advice do you have for people who are here at CitizenCon? Spoiler-free, again, we want to give people at home something to look forward to. What is your spoiler-free suggestion for people who are here going through it?
Honestly, I would suggest to get out of the station. The station is really cool, but get to a ship, get to one of the planets, and get to an outpost, and especially see if you can do one of the FPS AI missions, because they're really cool, and that's a really fun journey.
And we have Chief Technology Officer Benoit here. Benoit, what do you feel, completely unplanned, didn't ask him to come by and he just stopped in. Benoit, what do you feel about Pyro?
Oh, Pyro is fantastic. I love the new experience. I love the new environments. I love the FPS we're getting on these machines here. If you were at the playground, oh my God, like this is great. So I'm super excited about the
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you off there. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the screens, and it's so smooth. Like, it's so great to see people like enjoying Pyro for the first time with such a great experience to have for the first time for Pyro. So thank you guys for bringing Pyro to the players' hands for the first time. And we're going to talk really quick. Thank you, Benoit, for your photo bomb. Thank you, Bayor. We're going to talk to a player who just got to experience Pyro for the very first time. We got user Nick at Night here. So tell me, Nick at Night, again, what was your spoiler-free impressions of Pyro? Just sort of impressions or feelings when you got to be in Pyro for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I think calling it a playground is just missing how immersive that is currently in this build. I, as Bayor mentioned, got out of the station, was able to see everything in the universe, and man, was it just amazing to kind of go between the asteroid belts, into the new planets, and see all those new things that you guys have been working on. So I was really excited.
I love that. Yeah, there's some really cool things. I cannot stress enough how if you are here at CitizenCon, come over to the Pyro Playground because it is just such an amazing experience. It's nothing like Stanton. It is so unique to its own vibe. So how do you think we did making Pyro here at CitizenCon? I mean, the people at home have seen bits and glimpses, but for you who's been able to see the whole thing, do you think we did a good job recreating Pyro now that you've gotten a chance to be in it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, from the game into the booths, to the community events, to the way that you guys have put everything together, I mean, it does feel like we are in Pyro right now. It's amazing.
Good, we did it, guys. Everyone, wrap it up. We're calling it a day. That's not true. We're still got another day of panels left to do. So, last question. This is kind of a fun one. When Pyro makes it into live, where are you setting your spawn? Are you setting it to Stanton or are you setting it to Pyro?
Oh, Pyro, hands down.
You heard it here. This guy had such a great experience at the Pyro Playground that he is going to set his spawn to Pyro. Nick and I want to thank you for coming up here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to throw it back to Jared really quick and make sure that we are on our way back to the panels you guys are looking forward to so much. We'll see you back here on the floor soon.
Am I on?
Jesus, Eric, come on. Not professional.
Am I live? I can't hear anything. Wave to me. Okay, there we go. Hi, everybody. It's very loud here in the community booths area. We're here in front of Soul Armada, Altama Energy. There's Atlas Defense Industries. I don't know why. I just decided I was going to pick on you today. It's all right, cool. We're here. I want to show something off. So one of the things that happens anytime that we show up at one of these events, whether it's Gamescom or CitizenCon or even a Bar Citizen, is people give you things that you have to fit into your luggage when you go home, which is not always the easiest thing on an international flight. Today, just 9 minutes ago, I got something I'm going to make some room for. So there is an org. They do this amazing, we had an older version, you may have seen me show it off
Probably
before.
snuck a bug into it.
Delta Consulting Aviation Products. They
Imagine
make
if you fucking
air
did.
traffic controller
Imagine if
manuals
you put a
for every
hidden
landing
microphone in
zone
there.
And POI in the Stanton system. The one
Bug
I've had for the last
CIG.
5 years is one of my absolute most treasured items, and the guy just showed up and handed me another one. So I don't know what I'm leaving behind from my luggage, but we're gonna have some like Survivor style, you
Yeah, the
must see
audio is
island.
super
So we're leaving
decent.
something behind. So with this, let's take a look at Soul Armada here. Soul Armada is one of the community,
Oh, you haven't
one
told
of the
people off
community
yet.
orgs that have a booth here. I don't have
You gotta
time to
feel
interview. We
bad
gotta get back to
first.
the show. I just want to see your jacket. Show us your jacket. The Star Citizen. That's the killer. You got a giant Invictus patch. So, what legal clearance did you get in order to make that?
Absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. It's one of one.
Toast! He's floating around here somewhere. I won't tell him if you don't. All right, let's come on over here to what is this? Altama Energy. You might have seen Sigelian from Altama Energy in the Cosplay.
Now, tell
contest
people
before
off.
we went to lunch.
It's got to be
Altama,
like
How you doing, guys?
You've got to feel like
I noticed
I'm not
this
angry.
full-size,
I'm just disappointed.
Starfarer
And then you
in
know how
Lego.
bad that feels. You have to feel a little bit of
I will
that.
trade you a flight deck man. No, I'm just kidding. There's no way I'd get that back through customs.
He's done it a number of times.
Survive
Stuff
on my
isn't
luggage.
live.
And then,
So he
of
tells
course,
about the
over
community.
here, we have Atlas Defense Industries. Oh, hi, Jesse.
Hi, how you doing,
How you doing?
Jared?
I work with Jesse in the office. We have Atlas Defense Industries over here.
Kind of like, come on, man.
What do you guys got going on?
Oh, we got got a raffle going on, so if you haven't come by, sign up for
You got a raffle?
Yeah, we're giving away 3D printed stuff, so I printed out some awesome stuff like this tiger's claw here. I've got a little Pisces here, and then some 3D printed artwork here that I've done up. So if you want to come over and get in the raffle, we're also giving out a ship at 5. And we're giving out every hour, so come on over.
What happens if I win?
Oh, well then you get an awesome back rub from our lovely JDM.
All right. You might think Jared's being really bad at this and he's not putting the microphone in front of this guy.
Well, there's a fancy dead back
But
there.
he just offered me a back rub, and it was just better if that didn't go out on the live stream. Okay, we got one more thing to check out. What is this? This is for me to take home? What is this, touch me?
Are you going to make room for it?
Touch me?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Wait.
Nice iPad.
Oh.
There's an Easter egg.
Can't.
Yeah. Whoa.
It's just like my book. Wow. At this point, I'm legitimately so tired I don't have anything to offer in retort. This is just dang cool. Oh, all right.
That's pretty.
So I'm in my ear.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
time to return back to Hall A. Talking Ship with John Crew, Ben Curtis, Ellen Batchelor Jr., and Mark Gibson is coming up. So stay tuned. After that, Navigating the Universe with members of our UI team. And like I said at the beginning, everything you were thinking you were going to see, you're going to see that and more. So stay tuned. That's coming up next. I'm going to sit
It's
down.
funny that the community
have a
make
refreshing
better
beverage.
merch than
Take care, everybody.
she actually does. We've already seen this, haven't we? Spirit one, isn't it?
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader.
I'm a dead.
Keeping the universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
Flying war crime.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen, some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have, and some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was
this should be the best part of the
A1
day.
Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we've had a two-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, you know, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote
God, I
turret.
want working lockers.
And then underneath is all business. We've got the missile racks and we've got the big bomb bays.
That's fake. The bombs don't fall out that fast.
Overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek.
It surprisingly
fast,
is
but still super
so
impressive.
versatile for what it is.
And then here is one last look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, why not? Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
We go there. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now.
Yeah, does that rail
on
actually
link,
do the Scorpius
and
thing?
the QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available in Alpha 321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in law, starting with RSI in the very near future.
This is
going
Zeus.
all the way through to
They're gonna say
Mirai,
Zeus, aren't
which
they?
is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora.
The Zeus is the
and we have
oldest one
Gladius.
in law.
However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that.
Zeus.
So, the RSI Zeus.
So in 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing, it really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its whole integrity. That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus. It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, it's something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay then. Here it is.
Oh, okay.
So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
And I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design.
Yeah, apparently it's on the website. Just trying to find it.
When we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So
It's
we
a
had to consider
JPEG.
exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all,
so
we have
add
the ES.
JPEG cell.
The ES is the essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home.
Pretty sick.
Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper.
Nice size.
Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II.
Yeah, it's a
This is
JPEG cell
designed
card.
so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens
It
back
kind of
the
just looks
most
like the
to
Spirit.
original
It seems like
design
it's doing the same sort of
with the
functions.
original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design
like how it looks.
with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation recreation area so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as
32.
being able to fit a cyclone, so if you do
Which
decide
is
to
kinda
land on our
useless.
planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew. It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators.
No, I don't think it's modular.
2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elva mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now, the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Lets you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse.
Armory's all right.
Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the
Okay.
Cutlass Blue.
Yeah.
So you can stack up the pods.
I was
and take
initially I
multiple
was
people
like,
back with you.
what
It
sets it
has
apart
less
from like
SU
anything else?
than the ES. It only
But
has 16
the bounty
SU.
hunter area and the armory is
And
pretty cool.
It does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Ellen
3
said,
size
it does
2.
have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job, and we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to
Okay.
the others. The habitation areas have been massively pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you're actually playing. What do you think? So last year, we introduced the Spirit. And anyone that may be playing on live for the last couple of days might have seen a new ship adding to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, ready to reveal to the public, to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
Under 20 cargo. That's pretty decent.
All right. So as you guys have seen with the Spirit and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process. And this is the first stage
White box
in that
is
process.
pretty far along.
We call this white box. At this
It's like
point,
usable.
we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here.
Yeah, it's such a...
So again,
what's
the
like the
beginning of
Mos
the process.
Eisley landing spot?
At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to
I
interact
like
with the
that
vehicle.
it's big enough to
And It's
have
very common that in this stage, we will
proper
make
like
some
rooms,
adjustments from the original
the
plan.
back, you know?
As
Like,
an example, on this ship, we've just
Functional.
made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to
It
allow
does seem
players
a
to get
bit
in
like
and
the,
out a little easier.
Carrick at the front.
So with white box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
Yeah, it looks like it's made for an NPC crew.
So that was the RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me.
Yeah, it's better than Grey
Now,
Box.
We've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. We're going to talk about
Please don't be Cutter.
the Cutter.
Oh, fuck off.
Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IE, we unveiled the Cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some
Please don't.
interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-fly
Please
ready ship
don't.
we've ever released.
Please don't make these
You
the
guys really, really
straight-to-flyable.
liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But
Unannounced ones.
what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out. No one. It was always meant to be a family of 3.
Like, the Cutter's great.
Now,
But these variants
what everyone is
aren't
already
needed.
familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. The Scout.
Please give it
All right,
something
let's just take a
fucking
minute
incredible.
and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out.
Like, if it doesn't have a function that absolutely makes it stand apart from the original, this is fucking stupid. Yeah, no karate car, baby.
When the original when the original Cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version.
Really?
On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system.
This kind of sweet in the carrot doesn't work.
And you'll see here we've also added a radar.
Like, you can't
disc
just
at the
add
top, which
functionality that
relates
doesn't
directly to
exist
the
in
standard
game.
gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences.
CIG's already sent me one. It's in my hangar right now.
On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original Cutter. From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve.
An extra half box of space in the back.
We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
$40, please. Please announce it with some gameplay, though. Like, I'm not being crazy, right?
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base?
Got an extra computer that doesn't work.
So the first big difference is the radar.
2 SCU.
It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2
More power. Power doesn't do anything in game. It's
as well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately, it has lost 2 SCU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SCU cargo capacity instead of the 3.
Right, so it's got less.
What we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that.
Yes, it's actually existing.
So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan.
Why
when you send
does it
the
have
scan wave
less
out,
SCU if
getting
it's larger in the
successful
back?
pings, what'll
Answer me
happen
that,
is
for
it'll
fuck's
immediately
sake.
populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today. And there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output. So if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge
they
scan
definitely
is the
said
big
there was
scan.
more
Now,
space in the back.
This will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found.
Drop a marker. I mean, okay.
Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind. And as I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you
that wasn't
actually
stealth.
want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, The Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
Yeah, but it's not going to do
And
any of
before
that
we step
stuff.
off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team.
Cool hat,
And
Dad.
If you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it.
Bro,
Other than
this
that,
guy wished
thanks,
he
guys, and
came
have a
up
great
with
SitCon.
Cool Hat Dad
Small hint for
bingo.
you. John Crew is one of those names. Well, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
I swear to God, dude, they better fucking do better than that. The CitizenCon, that's please don't let that just be the only like unannounced identifiable.
Right.
That's crazy.
So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present.
You know what?
Let's talk about the future.
That counts as exploration,
So,
I'm going to
here
say.
is
All right?
a big block of
You
squares
can put down
that represents our
exploration
backlog.
if you've got that.
So each one of these squares
panel.
is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those gray ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So
Wait.
we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now, going, that's the wrong number.
And like the car that
This
is dope.
includes,
Like
every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives. Some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on, and we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out. Ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists, or vehicle artists, 1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of a kind of talent that we can pick from. And it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, that allows us to kind of tackle our larger, kind of more complex ships. You will notice there in 2022, there is a little dip. And unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people,
the Zeus is pretty
less
dope.
power to put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Bounty Merchantman. Yeah.
Oh, red BMM.
We're going to take a quick look
if you got
at where we
BMM.
got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
The Zeus tile does not count because it's not straight to flyable. But Bounty Merchantman, aka the BMM, that's this one here. Yeah, Zeus tile is dead weight now. Yeah, we got JPEG sales. Yeah, it's not straight to flyable. No, they won't be releasing it anytime soon, but it still counts the tile because the tile was just BMM. Yeah, look, this is all completely got no art on it inside. It's all white box. They're saying it'll be quicker than what they were planning. Normally it would be a year from now, but I reckon they're saying it'll be available like 6 months from now. God, so much art needs to go in here. Doesn't seem like they've done too much since they last showed it to us. Oh no, Mango. Well, they said the Spirit was a year, and so this for the Zeus is saying, well, we're far further ahead than we were with the Spirit, so they were implying it was going to be a lot quicker. Yeah, so no art has been done in the Bounty Merchantman at all. This looks exactly where we saw it last, except maybe the lighting is a bit better in this render. Yeah, this architecture was already all done. This room, I mean, I guess it's coloring. Yeah, a lot of people got this pretty cheap. Yeah, well, they will. I mean, I guess they had to show something or people were going to be pissed.
So that video shows, where we got up to with the Merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box. Some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the Merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? The Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the Merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people, we lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style.
Variants.
What we decided to do at the time is rather than try and rush something out, get
They
something out,
did
get it done. We
kind of mention Bounty Hunter.
For us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to
We did
invest
the unannounced
in our
flyable.
team
We're
and
pretty sure
use
it's
our
just the
seniors
cutters.
and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that.
No, stealth. They
got the head
stealth.
numbers
They
now,
just
and now it's
mentioned
about
that it was
onboarding our new staff
you could
members.
be more
It's about
stealthy if you
skinning them up
weren't
and getting them to the point.
like
And I
using
would
your
absolutely
super
love to
strong
stand on stage and going, yeah, look at the Merchantman,
scanner.
it's amazing. Like it's,
They
it's
weren't
done.
saying that. Oh, you'd be
But we're
stealthy
not
if
at
you did
that point
otherwise.
just yet. We
But
do
look,
see all the comments. I do see all the
okay, I'll
notes
give you
about it,
the
and,
bounty hunting
I
one. You
absolutely
guys
want
can
to get
add
this ship
click
out and
bounty
done.
hunting if you've got it.
And we'll. Yeah, I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Did they mention tractor beams for Zeus?
To add to that, it is probably
Yeah,
the
do
most
bounty hunting
question
if
I
you
get
can.
asked at any event, and
I'm not
I
going to
really wanna
let
get done, get it out for
tractor
you guys,
beams slide
but we
because
don't
they're
wanna give
definitely
you
going
a
to actually
half-baked
talk
thing.
about
We
it
wanna give you
properly.
a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles.
Okay.
How many of you have
Oh,
any
that
interest
was
of
almost
some
crowd
kind?
audibly.
Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery. Javelin owners, I'm afraid, you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that, is obviously the bigger ship players can own. And we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that.
Okay, good. Do you have my glad? Are you going to show? Oh.
Next.
Wait, was that?
Okay.
Did they just show new?
Kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next.
No, they didn't say a new
Previously,
modular ship
we
there.
used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up.
No, it's got to be new modular ship.
We want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IEE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver
old
this.
footage. Okay.
So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards.
We haven't
take a
done
look,
our
give us a
blades
guess
yet.
at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Okay. Except they're not showing it. Yeah, the X ones. Oh, is that the Ursa? Ursa variant? Yeah, that's the another MPV thing. Yeah, it was the a cutter variant. Oh, they're doing another Fury. Okay, whatever. I want the X1 for my 400i. What is that? Huh. Base Retaliator! Space Battalion, if you got that, that's one of the bingos. Is that the Galaxy?
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah.
Oh, Polaris. Okay, gotcha.
So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
Well, that's another one as well. We've got.
Just wanted to touch again on like, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that? So
that's
the
Polaris
thing about doing another
and
RSI
Base
ship
Retaliator.
is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element.
Those.
That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there.
Yeah, I have 2
and our kind
upgrades
of plan is
in my buyback
that we tackle
for the Polaris.
that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
Hey. Quantum economy is a shifting economy in game based on buying and selling. Right, Polaris is so much better than Galaxy. Yeah, they're probably saving the next cutter for tomorrow. This is grey box. Oh, no, grey box. This is white box, yeah. See, this is one thing I really like about the Polaris, is the size of the, that hangar. I know, this is the big hangar. The other one was like a cargo, I think. That's my goal. Honestly, I don't want to have to go into space stations or cities and shit. I want to live just out in the black constantly. Yeah, well, it's a capital-sized torp thrower. Its point is to be like a destroyer.
Whoa! Did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up for the
calm
ship
down,
team,
buddy.
everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor at CitizenCon 2953 to show you more awesome things you guys might be missing if you're not here at the convention center. Come follow me a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right. It is back from 2018 with a fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Roberts Space Industries pledge store. Check it out now. JRDF did an amazing job making the Dragonfly look super pyro themed. Look here, we have the pyro amalgamated label, I guess you would call it. I don't know what you would call it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a Drake guy. We have like some very cool details, designs. I'm gonna try and hop on it. Let's see how badly this goes.
Yes, there's
Like a
navigating
glove.
the universe.
It's super cool being up here, actually. I didn't think it would be this cool being up here, but it feels like you're about to drive a Dragonfly. If you guys are still here at the show floor, be sure to check out the Drake Dragonfly. I really just want to like drive this thing off the stage. You know that like, what's that feeling you have where you're
Dragonfly
like on a balcony
needs
and you like look over the balcony
so much more
and you're
love.
like, dude, there's a little internal, it's intrusive thought. There's an intrusive thought where it's like jump. My intrusive thought is drive away. And I want to drive away on the Drake Dragonfly right now. This is so cool. We have photographers taking photos. If you guys are interested in looking at your photos afterwards, JRDF will be making those
I want
photos
more of a
available to
reason
everybody.
to fly a Dragonfly.
I'm sure we'll tweet it out. Galactica, get on it. You know, that's your job. Anyways, I'll cut it back over to Jared. I'll see you guys back here soon. Have fun.
Fight for the mic. Fight for the mic. Just fight for the mic. Just grab the mic when you have to. All right, so we are here with members of the vehicle team. I want to
if
say,
you've got a complete
at the
bingo card,
start of the show,
take a
I made it
screenshot
very
and send it to
clear
my
that
email
marketing
that's
did not
in
make
the
any of those
description.
videos. Developers made any of those videos. I can't help but notice that Polaris took out that Idris really quick. Are you trying to start about 50 different arguments on Reddit?
Oh yeah, we love for the arguments. Love them. Polaris for life.
F the Idris.
Ben, would you like to go on record?
All ships are equally as brilliant as each other.
Until they get what's coming to them.
And Ellen, would you like to revise your answer?
F the Idris.
The views and opinions of Ellen Batchelor Jr. do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Roberts Space Industries, or its subsidiaries. Don't look at us. Ben Parr's off the side. It's like just whatever. All right, so the Zeus. First question that I see a lot of people had on Twitch watching the stream is obviously it doesn't look like the Zeus that we've all known from the lore and stuff. I mean, I think the first image of the Zeus was probably in 2012 or 2013 in that really early lore post. Why did we change it?
Were they not listening to the presentation?
I wasn't.
Trevor, make sure your
so
username, your
there's
YouTube
there's a
username
few
is on
things.
the
Obviously,
bingo card too.
It was built as a product of its time, both in lore and back in the day.
I was too busy looking at how handsome you look.
Oh, thank you. But also, and I think Ben will probably want to talk about more of this, is we have design languages for RSI now, and it doesn't really fit in with them anymore.
Yeah, I think when we look at reimagining one of our ships, our manufacturers, we didn't want to just release
no
the
Dino
classic
Warship.
Mini today. We wanted to look at it and
today, so maybe tomorrow?
No. What we wanted to do was bring it up to standard, both in terms of its
They didn't say the
quality
Idris
and
was
what it
coming
can
out
deliver as a
next
ship,
12 months.
but also visually. I think RSI has grown as a manufacturer over the years. I think you can see how not all ships roll off the production line in day one. Each of our manufacturers also have a history, and I think it's fine to see progression for that throughout the timeline of our game. Sorry, Zach.
Just say you hate the Zeus.
But It's not just the visuals of it, though. It's important that the amount of time it would take to get your jalopy, because that's why I ask, and up to level.
It's fabric belt, Dad.
You did it. This is the real reason. You can be in the center. You can be in the center now. Go ahead.
The amount of time it takes to actually get a ship, the amount of time it takes to get a ship actually flight ready in any universe, it would be a lot of work to get something that, for the most part, has about the same amount of space as a space shuttle, and you wouldn't be able to use any of the gameplay. You wouldn't be able to fill it with cargo. It'd be really difficult getting out. And if we're spending that amount of time getting something flight ready in the universe, we'd much rather give you something you can engage with and do. It's fine. Do more with. It's fun. It's far more interesting to get a ship that you can do bounty hunting in, or cargo in, or... he comes over, asks us to do an interview, and wanders off.
It's going to be one of those live streams, huh? All right, we're almost at the end. We're almost at the end. All right, so enough about what the Zeus is.
That's Jared tells people off.
Favorite thing, top of your head, what's your favorite thing about the Zeus? Ellen?
He made a fellow developer feel bad.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
EMP, quantum dampener.
Okay, favorite thing about the Zeus?
The white and black color scheme.
Favorite thing about the Zeus?
Its belly. It's got a really lovely, sleek belly. Like a space shuttle.
Yeah, as Jared tells people off.
I just had this image of a Zeus wearing Spanx. What are you laughing at? All right, so we also talked about the Cutter Scout. Is this the last variant of the Cutter we're going to see? When we first introduced the Cutter, we said it was a platform ripe for future variants. Is this the last Cutter variant that's on the thing, or can you maybe tease something for the future?
Absolutely not. There was obviously that mysteriously third blurred image. So Montreal, the Montreal team, did both of them.
No, they didn't talk about
basically
him.
their first onboarding task into the vehicle pipeline. Both of them are done now. So you will see the third one soon, TM.
You just have a done spaceship and you're not putting it out there.
Strange, isn't it?
Let me check households.
That entire talk about the pipeline was BS. You've got a done spaceship. Put it out, John Crew.
No, we've just really streamlined it.
It's about the belly. All right. We're working with diminishing returns here, so we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go back to Dan. He's back in Hall B. I think he's at the merch booth. Dan, what do you got for us?
Well, the opposite of diminishing returns is amazing merch. I am here at the merch booth with some amazing merch that we made just for CitizenCon. Now, if you guys are at home feeling the FOMO, that's fair. You guys should have been here, and I'm very sad you're not here. But don't worry. If you're
we got
not
another
here,
bingo.
most of the merch on display behind me is available for you guys to pick up at the RSI Pledge Store right now. There are obviously some exclusive CitizenCon stuff only for CitizenCon attendees. So if you're here at the show floor, come over to the merch booth. The line was astronomical earlier today. It's much more manageable now, so if you haven't gotten a chance to pick it up yet, now might be a good time to make your way over to the merch booth and pick up some stuff. I was given a sweet box as an early Luminalia present, so we're going to do a little bit of an unboxing to show you guys some of the cool stuff. I mentioned earlier that I helped the subscriber program at one point, and one of my favorite pieces of subscriber flair that I was responsible for was the CDF bobbleheads. We have brought them to life, finally. I know everyone has been asking for a long time for us to make these bobbleheads. Sure enough, we did. You can see them. People are blocking the way. Trust me, they look exactly like the ones in-game. They're super cool, super awesome. Again, if you want a little bit of the verse in your home, pick up a bobblehead on your way out. Thank you, Luminalia Claus, for your bobblehead. This is hard to do with one hand. What else we got here? We have this very nice, people keep saying we only make black shirts. We now have an orange shirts. Take that, haters. This is actually really soft. They gave me this for a bit. I'm probably just going to steal this, to be honest.
No, it wasn't Trevor.
Right? You guys,
it was Household Siege.
Cool. And we finally, man, this is so cool. I've heard about this, but this is like feeling it for the first time. We have this Black Star Citizen hoodie. You can see on the sleeves we have Xion and Banu. I asked Dave Haddock directly what these said, and his response was, I don't know. So whatever they say, I'm sure it's something very profound and wise from these alien races. Again, I'm just going to steal this, so sorry, merch team, if you were expecting profits on those merch, you're not going to get them. Now, we do, again, have 3 exclusive merch items for people who are here at CitizenCon. We have a Pyro t-shirt, and we have 2 lithographs. I don't know if you can get... Oh, get... I can't take him anywhere. Truly, I cannot. I don't know if you're able to see that Burnin' Pyro t-shirt off over there. That is exclusive to people who are here at CitizenCon 2953. Also in the middle there, we have those 2 lithograph art pieces. Again, exclusive. This guy, I can't take him anywhere.
No, that wouldn't count as drunk. Yeah, drunk was confirmed.
No one important, I'm sure. But yes, we have those 2 exclusive art pieces for people who are here at CitizenCon 2953.
Congratulations.
Oh my God!
Household
That
Sage,
strange,
I've just
homeless-looking
sent you
man also gave me these AirPod cases with
Avenger
a little
Titan
attached
with
with it.
Solar Winds
You know what?
paint.
Maybe that guy was all right. Whoever he is, I hope he's having a good day. But I actually do need new AirPod cases. So again, like everything else, I'm just going to keep this. I think that wraps it up for me. So I'm going to throw it back to the main convention floor. There's going to be a lot more stuff here at CitizenCon. You guys will see it either later today or tomorrow. See you guys then.
Let's see. We still got more, right? We've got navigating the universe, which is travel with us to the forefront of navigation with a look at the evolution of UI features that help players view, engage, and interact with their surroundings, offering exciting new perspectives on the Star Citizen universe. So that's the last panel that they've got written on here. But a lot of people assumed that there would be more after that before venue closes, but it actually seems like that may not be the case. Like, I don't know what else they can give us. And alright, Dad. Alright, well, next thing to give away will be a Fury LX and Mustang Alpha with a Star Citizen game pack with LTI. That's the next one for the next bingo. There we go. Real NPC confirmed. I mean, that's not a bingo square, but it sounds like it should have been. Oh, fancy Dad. Beards card, Jesus Christ. The Beards card is because they've been talking about adding beards to the character creation screen for a long time, and they haven't done it. Yeah, we should do NPC Dad. I'm gonna add NPC Dad on tomorrow's thing. See, we could have hit so many on the Dad bingo card from here. It's gonna be great. Look at the rest. What we miss? Not much, to be honest. The straight to flyable and unannounced. I'm pretty sure that ended up being the cutter, unless they're like still hiding, like burying the lead, you know. I've got these NPC dads are out in force now. God, double thumbs up, Dad. That I can't believe that's a. Whoa, Dad Lando! Did I say Dad Lando or Disco Lando on his thing? I think it said Dad Lando. The bingo game is in the description, but we're almost through today at this point. Yeah, I'm starting to think that we're not gonna be seeing anything that massive now. I mean, because like, one thing people were really considering was the Polaris and the Zeus M2 being out like this, you know, soon or now, but neither of those things are going to be it. Unless they were really, 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 really good and they're going to release a patch for some other ship, which hasn't even been an Evocati, so... NASA Dad. Or Tight Shorts Dad. Gangsta Nerd Dad. Handlebar Mustache Dad. Beach Wife. Wizard Dad. Wizard Dad! Yeah, there was lighting his face. Man, we would be getting so many hits right now. Another handlebar mustache dad. Jesus. No, that's Doghouse Dad. That guy with his hands in his pockets and the hat on. That's Doghouse Dad. He's in so much trouble. He said he was going out to get the groceries. You spent how much? COVID Dad. Golf Cat. It's Golf Dad! It's Golf Dad! It's Golf Dad! You guys are right! There was the Golf Dad! There was a Golf Dad. Oh, the Golf Dad was the one inside of us all along. Wow, they're going for... This is a full U-turn pan. Don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact right down the barrel. That was weird. Don't. It really was a Golf Dad. What do you call that beard? I feel like that beard's a type of dad in itself. Like, competition grade beard dad? Yeah, not breaking eye contact with the lens of the camera dad. There's another soon hat. Jesus Christ. Is that Wizard Dad? Did he just metamorphoses? Metal beard dad. You're right. That could count as like a metal or a biker dad. Duck Dynasty Dad. Whoa. Is that Hot Dad? No, that's... well, that's not Cool Hat Dad. That's, Trophy... That could be Trophy Dad. Black Kills. That's just Dad. That's just a dad. That doesn't count as a card. Yeah, don't buy merch. None of that merch is all that good. Sweaty Dad. Oh, Dad. Alright. This might be the last chance to win on the bingo for the day, if they don't have any more hidden stuff after this. And what we're giving away...
How you doing, Los Angeles?
...is a Fury LX and a Mustang Alpha with LTI.
Boys, a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zane Bien. and we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with, to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So,
you wait
with
until
some of my friends that are hidden out the back there.
I call the
I'd like
hits.
to show you some of these
So ones that
which are gonna help
hit
you
have to be confirmed by me.
players navigate the
Ship.
Star Citizen universe.
Otherwise, people would be too liberal with their what they designated.
So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops.
The rules are in
just
the
loads
description of
places to
the
explore.
stream.
We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities
Thanks, Highball. I appreciate it.
become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with.
Yeah, it's probably too late to have new
is through the helmet visor display.
entries to today's bingo at the moment.
Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first ventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses, and like tells you all about what's going on.
This guy's like
But with all this evolution,
legit,
sometimes lose
legit
focus.
dev talker.
There's so much we need to know.
Slowly getting to the point.
And when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago.
We didn't get something new that's modular.
Smarter perspective, and
we didn't get stealth either.
Rework the visor for you.
Or updated motorglass.
I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it.
Yeah, I'll serve the machine.
Simon? You want this?
You want this?
Hey, everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen.
Is that
as
the
you know,
same
is a
person?
big
Is that his
project
son?
that's evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe.
Son
as a
Dad.
person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports
That's not
all the
true. I've got a
existing
friend who's a
features
UI
and allows us to
designer, and
adapt
she's
more
like
in the
a
future.
tattooed
And finally,
badass.
we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface
We'll be doing
should
another
always
one
be a
tomorrow.
collaboration with the teams who build
If
the
you ship.
underlying features.
Um,
So we worked closely with them on a new
and it's
layout,
going to be a dead
keeping
bingo.
some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting
So
them
everyone will start from scratch, I
Once we
think.
figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we design player-facing UI, we often try to start with the worst case.
Yeah, it's probably too late to join. I don't
so we
think
can see
I wouldn't
everything we
feel
have to
good
deal with.
if
It was
someone
important
joined
for us to
then
keep the central area as clear as
just
possible
randomly
to make it
drew
easier
a
for you to see
card
the
that had all the
underlying game.
connections that wasn't here the whole
Designed a
time.
set of regions to
I'm sure it makes
attach
sense,
to
but we've still got
different
something
parts of
tomorrow.
the view. And with each of those,
In fact,
we
we'll
a
probably
set
have
of
more
widgets
ships
that can
tomorrow than we did
show,
today.
hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration?
Yeah, this could be some stuff.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time.
This could be
I have to
updated
tell
maybe
you, we've
last.
created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it
freaking out in the
You may
ground.
have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen.
Well, so technically, Mobiglass is anything on
This
the
is secret UEE
Mobiglass
naked tech,
menu,
so we'll give it a
you know?
different look for the persistent
Not
universe.
the like a heads up.
As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many
We
of
could
the
be
elements
close.
are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bo, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
It
Okay,
does
when you
look a
get
lot
the new mission
nicer.
objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can
Yeah,
see that
it's
our
pretty.
first
It's
mission is to repair a
still the
radiation
ultra wide.
leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we
Oh.
can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective.
The fuck?
At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective.
Yeah, it doesn't even look
You were
widescreen.
already-
It just looks
you were
cut
already
off.
happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it? If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, the UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool.
Military
The
multi-tool.
military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe.
Yeah, so they're finally giving some more actual use to
Okay.
the
Right, we can see at the
repair
bottom left of
function.
the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit.
Go on, buddy.
Okay. Now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also
What are
sound.
you,
If any of these go higher than the background levels,
what are you
it will
suspect
be easier for the
is
enemies
next
to
bad
detect us.
karma?
Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our
The
in our
Batman
view currently.
detective
Okay, Bone, let's
mode.
do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight. There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display.
Bone dead.
As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens.
This isn't a stealth tile. This is someone
Okay,
not walking
let's
up
fight
to
the
the
bad
baddies
guys.
yet. Hiding doth
There
not
you can see our new
equal stealth.
explosive marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more
You
easily.
got a whammy burger. That's cool. Why is that shooting so weird?
You can do it? Okay. Well done, Bone.
I feel like this is like they're just showing us Squadron 42 stuff, right? Isn't this what it already looked like in Squadron 42? This is what I don't like, is they're showing stuff that they're not saying, oh, this is going to be in the
Okay.
4.0 release. This is going to be in the da-da-da. They're just
There's
like,
no more hostiles nearby,
here's some stuff
so
we're
let's take
doing.
a moment to talk about the Moby Glass. The Moby Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the gameplay systems. Like all the UI we're showing you
Oh,
today, we
Moby
wanted
Glass.
to redesign it with the player's usability in mind.
Oh.
To make it look good, and also lay the groundwork for future expansion.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it?
Let's bring up the Moby Glass, please, Bone.
Oh, is he going to do it? There it is. Updated Moby Glass. Pick that one if you got it.
Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic.
Yeah.
This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Moby Glass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the Moby Glass to the Star
Always
Citizen
annoyed me
Assistant
that the
universe.
active
also have
mission
more of a
and active
smartphone
like
feel in
track
the
ship
preview with a wider
didn't
range
work
of
on the
apps.
Moby Glass. So important to need.
Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the Moby Glass. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
You got a bingo?
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So,
yeah, we got a
with
bingo.
that said, I want to show you something extremely
Good
that
job,
I think is
RG.
extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal. Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live
There you go.
3D
Essentially pros.
representation of the environment that we are in.
Yeah, but it's
You can
Squadron
see
42.
callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around.
No, we don't have a gun
you can
rework yet.
rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more
Starting to lose
interesting if
track
we can
of
actually
everything
take
we've
this
done.
on the go. So let's download it to our data bank. As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor.
Hey. Imagine being so excited for a mini
Now,
map.
the thing that's really interesting
That's how
to know
deprived
at
we've
this
been.
point is not all
It's in the
environments
flashlight, you
will
fucking
have such a
noob.
convenient kiosk available. You may encounter run-down settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and just save that to your data bank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this
Basic
map,
quality of life.
what
And
we
still
see in the
Squadron
upper left
42. Like,
corner of our visor is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar.
no, it's a map.
And we can see contacts on our radar as we
Yeah.
scan.
More excited about the map than a
And
gutter.
It's basically what we have available in stored in our data bank. So because we have the location data saved to our data bank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlass. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlass, because this is going to get really interesting.
It's like, pause for applause. Everyone realized they were supposed to clap then.
So, Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please.
I mean, we saw this like in
You
IAE
can
last
see
year, didn't we?
this lerping transition between the different floors.
I mean, it's done
and
pretty well.
Marker callouts of our objective and also where we are.
Yeah, true. There's no map and
I
stuff.
would like to
Bill.
talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't export totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later.
I mean, it would be cool to like,
We can
if you're
see
tracking someone, it could
doors
follow the
on
person you were
this map,
tracking on this.
And these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red.
Yeah, but I
And
think
doors that are
the reason they
open
haven't
will be
implemented
green. And
it
there are other
because
entity callouts
since Squadron
that
42 is so
can
close to
happen in
coming
our
out, they wouldn't want to push it until they're like, they
So
want
let's go ahead and
100%
find
this
a
is how they want it to
location
look and run.
put down a pin,
They don't have to
please.
do it again, you know? No, I think the rest of the
Maybe
Spirit,
that one.
rest of the Spirit
Maybe
series
that
are
door
a bit
looks
away.
interesting. Press T. So, what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running.
Oh, interesting, Baron.
So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you,
Yeah,
as an
dude, leave
explorer,
miners
might
out of
be in the
this.
business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and
Is Grumpy by a ship?
yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is we have a mission
Wait, but
objective.
why would
And it would be very nice to be able to route.
why
to that
would
mission
anyone
objective.
want to buy
How do we
your
get
random
there?
marker
That is
data?
another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective.
Okay.
So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will
Treasure
no
map.
longer
I guess, yeah,
be
like
lost
out on like a planet,
amidst
yeah,
all of
but not
our
in like
super complex environments.
fucking
And what's
station.
worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool,
Yeah.
is
I mean, as
this
long as
under
yeah,
the
as
hood
long as it
is
works in the
actually
star map and you can like
utilizing
warp to it.
another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting, we just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where
Yeah, if
the path might be blocked. It might have
if
a locked
this
door,
works
or there might be a
outside of
fire that is in our way.
building, yeah.
The AI pathfinding will
Talk about
account
mining?
for that.
No.
It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just
No,
handle
they didn't say when
everything.
we'll get it,
So
no.
that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal.
He definitely has a script for this.
So, One last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective.
Well,
as you
the
can see
upgrading
in
the
upper
service
left
stuff will
corner,
be.
we now have the route line represented,
server
our
meshing.
destination, and the distance it takes
This
to
is
get
too
there.
much on any single
As
service
we
at the moment.
traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination.
Everyone's like, should we clap?
So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit. If we don't trip
Fell
up.
over. It's definitely
So
Star Citizen.
as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just
Is that stealth mission?
environment
'Cause he was on the
or
ground.
caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map.
See, the character still has the bug with the weird thing coming out of the ground.
And
there.
it's totally seamless as you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our mobiGlass again and get a wider view of our ship.
Pretty.
So we are now on the technical deck, but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one.
Yeah.
The habitation deck. So
Well, we know
you
that
will have
the
noticed
audio's
from
out of sync.
previous
The claps are also even more out of sync.
that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay.
It's great, but
So
when it comes to things that are in Squadron
other
42
teams can
and then
leverage
coming
our
to the
tech,
PU,
we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle
I
of life. And I think
don't
that's
let myself
just too
get excited by stuff like this until I hear them say something about it actually coming to the PU.
So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain.
Today, Junior?
Our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is.
Yeah, let's do my star map.
What if?
Jesus,
What
stop
happens?
fucking milking it,
tried
bro.
this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going.
Nick,
zooming
it'll
out
be
all
still
the
be
way
going
out,
until
all the way out.
you make it through the last
Let's go. Let's go.
panel.
So, it's not just the interior map. It's not just the radar. It is the map. It is one single unified system, just across different scales.
That wasn't audibly frustrated. That was
at this point,
audibly excited.
we are above Crusader, and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, CitizenCon. Are you ready for this? Phone, do you want to click on the marker? As you all suspected, this is the star map. I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work, and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around?
Like, it's no longer
Much
a
like the
gas
interior
planet,
map,
it has
star map is
land.
holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority,
Yeah, when is
which
this
is why
coming
the
to us
marker
exactly?
displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more?
Yes. Yes,
So,
please.
let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moves.
Gamer. Clap.
Yeah, so here we are, Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin. Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please?
Bone.
Cool. When we do this,
Give it a
the labels
flip.
flip so you can always read them clearly.
Clap.
Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now to focus on it.
Yeah, that's so much nicer. For those clear points of interest that you could click to set a, a route
Surface
to.
labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action?
Bone, I swear to God. Oh my God, that's much better.
Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone, can you double click on one of the points of interest?
I'm starting to believe that this Dr. Bone guy isn't a real doctor at all.
As we've selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out. Until we
Don't
can
do
see
it.
Crusader.
Don't do it. Bone, I swear to God. Bone!
We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful
I mean,
about
can you
how
like
and when
zoom into
markers
like a
appear.
mining facility and like see the
Markers need
layout?
to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you.
Bone's got
player.
a doctorate
You're
in
kind of small
social
compared to
media
a
or
star,
something.
right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality.
It might not be coming
They've
soon,
been scaled
but
up massively so you can see them.
it's
Bone, let's
could
zoom
be
out a
likely
bit
that
more
they
so we can see
say
the moons disappear.
at some point when Squadron 42 is sort of coming out. There's a good chance of that.
You can also start
And
to
if
see
that's the case,
Crusaders
then
orbit
this
line
would be
around the sun
coming.
here. But before we go back to the, before
I
we
don't
move
think
on
using
to
a
that,
bone
let's
either.
zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer.
Look at that bone-like precision. Great scroll, Bone. Everyone's really
As
proud.
well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone,
Damn, you
feel
can
free to have a
pan?
quick look around.
That's sick.
As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space.
Ooh.
Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yayla.
For a second, I was like, Yayla? What the hell's Yella? I'm like, oh,
Magnetic
what the hell's
cursor
Yayla?
does not
Like, you
require
mean
us to
Yella?
click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep
swear to
zooming
God.
in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yayla itself. Imagine how much easier finding that
Yella?
outpost will be now.
Thank you very much.
Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more?
Yeah, should have had on the
Let's have a
bingo
look at
list.
a location
Bone
further
fucks up.
afield. Can we
Bone
just
ruins
pan
the
to
convention for
Calliope,
everyone.
maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah,
Okay.
we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So
God damn it,
what
Bone.
can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yayla, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we
Bone's
need to
always
find a
getting
different
shit
way.
at work.
Bone, could you take a step? Could you use the step back button until we can see the whole
Bone,
solar
step
system?
back.
Please? And there it is.
There it is. Yeah, that's how far it's not being in game. There's no jump.
I think Calliope is one of
no
Microtech's
jump points
moons.
there.
So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again.
Yeah, each time she purposely says his name, it sounds like she's upset. Could have just said, just like, now click on that, like, just...
Thank you.
Because she says his name first, it
It's
sounds
so
like,
cool to
you
see
know,
more of our moons and planets
I'm going
and
to
how
use your
different they
full
all are.
name so you know I'm serious.
Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided
marker
a drop
databank
down
is
that
pretty
lists the
cool.
points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now?
Bone. Now, Bone. Bone, I swear to God.
We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality.
Oh my God. Bone, I fucking fucking swear to God if you embarrass me like that again.
But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel.
Mr. Dr. Bone Sanderson Babbage, zoom in right now. Bone, you just narrowly escaped
love
getting
zooming
fired
around
on
this
on
map.
stage right then.
Bone, want to find Area 18 for me?
Bone, I swear to God if you don't find Area 18 right now. When we get home, Bone.
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea?
Bone, you piece of shit. If you don't go to security
Quite a long way
point
down,
right
isn't
now.
it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful.
South Korea.
Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this
That-
station?
Is the audience applauding fake? Like it came in, then went out like immediately.
Bone,
Or-
can you also
Can you zoom
drop
into
the-
that?
Drop down again, please. Thank you.
Can you see like the layout if you
As
zoomed
you
right
may
in
have
from there?
noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on
Don't see it
locations in
because
the
of
list.
Make-A-Wish.
It will remember your 3 most recent
I'll turn this
selections,
car right
so
around.
you can use
Yeah.
this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something else again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel.
Take it to the bone zone.
Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure
I feel
many
lucky
of
in that
you
option.
have been wondering if we can go back to our Carrack map from the star map, just like how we got here from the Carrack map.
Making it so
just a few
confusing
minutes
for
ago.
poor Bone.
So, let's see what happens when we
adding
focus on
steps
our
to it.
player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Yeah. Bones would win Doghouse Dad for this one.
All right. So yeah, here's our Carrack again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's
I
on the
cannot
ground
believe
and what's
they
in the
have not
skies
changed
like
the
never
screens
before.
like being at the top of the screen this entire
Bone,
time.
just for fun,
Who the fuck is
let's
in charge
zoom
of
all
this?
the way back out
Just move it
so we can
down.
see the
Hell, I
entire
can do it.
Samson solar system. It's just so cool to watch the
It's
verse
that
open up
easy,
before our
guys.
eyes.
It's just that easy.
With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today
he is
is
Bone
just the
better
beginning
fucking agree.
of the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map
Swear to
before
God,
you get
Bone.
it. Just imagine
You
being
don't
able to mark
agree.
something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane
It's
said.
artistic vision.
Exploration is
Bone,
about to
you're in
get
charge
a
of the
lot
video.
more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet. And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver, Bone, back to the stage.
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot.
You did great, Bone. We're all so proud of you, Bone.
So
It's like getting your
we're
grandpa
really
trying to
excited about
learn how
getting
to
all
play a
these
game,
features
so-
into your hands.
You did well.
Of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen.
Bone's got real like
We've
little boy
rebuilt the visor
energy going
display
on.
to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new
Sorry,
mini-map,
guys.
with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around.
Sorry, guys, I'm just a little boy.
There's a new mobiGlass coming with its sleek new design.
That looks really cool,
We're
Bone.
improving
I'm
all
really
the
excited
existing
for that.
apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way.
You did so well.
We've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends.
Share them with your friends. No one's applauding.
For the Idris. That looks great.
I clapped you, Bone. It looks amazing, Bone. Bone, I'm so proud of you.
More of Horizon.
It looks great, Bone. I wanted to tell that wished it was a real boy.
And of course, our entirely new integrated star map.
One day Bone will
With
be
its
a
new
real
interface
boy.
and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost. A whole new perspective.
You'll never be lost again, Bone.
With all
Never
these
be
upcoming
alone.
features, where will you explore today?
We're going to
Thank
explore
you very
everywhere.
much. Cheers.
Thanks to your help, Bone. Everyone clap. Clap, he'll cry. Slapping my bone. Yeah, in honor of the Bone Zone. The Bone Dog.
All right. Sorry. I was back there trying to figure out how to reprogram my Alexa to respond to
Oh,
Bone.
God, Jared's fucking wasted now.
Bone, add Cheerios to the grocery list. Bone, rescue the
Don't
hostages.
fucking tease Bone, you prick.
Dave Haddock, if we don't have that in the narrative.
Bone's our boy.
I'm
We
gonna
don't
find you.
speak
Guys.
about Bone that way.
That's it for day one of CitizenCon. What'd you think?
Oh.
That is a
I wanna
heck
pat
of a
that
day
bone.
one. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Everyone's like, is it?
We saw
Is it
Star
him?
Engine and all the
Or is
amazing
he
improvements
lying?
that are coming to Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
They weren't supposed to stop clapping.
We
Woo!
saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay.
Is he faking us out?
We saw the ship, guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things. We need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Cloud Imperium Games, been like, when Star Map? When? To see it. So good. So yeah, this
Yeah,
wraps
no
up
info.
day one.
We really
I'm
got
gonna tell you that Hall B is going to
some
be open
vague
for about another
dates.
2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that. Tomorrow, be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forrest Steffen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it. If you thought the opening to day one was hot, check out the opening to day two. We got life in the first person. We got our FPS crew. They're going to show you how all of these things integrate into the FPS combat experience. We got taking flight with Yogi. Who doesn't love Yogi? It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight and atmospheric flight experience that's been developed with master modes in Squadron 42. We got Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, a two-part look at all the new locations that are coming in the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and
audience is audibly frustrated.
I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible, thank you for joining us for CitizenCon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day one was great.
Bone was a hot
you ain't
ticket.
seen nothing yet. Take care, everybody.
Well. All right, well, shit, y'all. All right, so yeah, we really didn't see much of anything from that. So what we're gonna do tomorrow, I think we're gonna go with the dad bingo. All right. So these cards, there's too many of them anyway. If you manage to get one with that last disappointed crowd, send me through the proof. Make sure that you've got your YouTube username on there, just so I can verify everything with everything. Tomorrow we're going to be doing this again, except the bingo card. Nah, we won't keep the cards. Otherwise, I think it'll be over in like 2 seconds, and then there won't be any more ships to give out. But come back. We're going to apply the dads onto the bingo. Then all the people we see in the audience, we're gonna see, like, if we see the dads in the audience, and that's how you're gonna fill your bingo card out, and it's all free to do. Thanks, RG Mechanic, for the $10. I appreciate it, dude. It's fun. Look forward to dad watching. Yeah, we're just gonna have a bunch of fun. Yeah, we'll make our own fun tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll get a bunch more announcements. I mean, look, there's still a chance that we're going to get a proper unannounced. We didn't get a sandworm. No, we didn't get a sandworm. But hopefully we still get another proper unannounced ship. Because I really would like a larger ship to be coming out from this. I really think the Cutters was a bit of a suck job, and the fact that the Zeus was just a JPEG just kind of sucks. Tomorrow, I just run the same amount of time. It runs for longer. So this, maybe about like an hour. Maybe about an hour longer, just because it has a closing ceremony as well. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna link the guide to people. Oh wait, that's sending. Doesn't seem to want to send the. Okay. Oh wait, no, hold on. There. Oh, no, it's too many characters. Okay, the address to the thing is. You can find it on the website though for what's going to be on. Yeah, we're going to do that. It'll all be a bit of fun. Hopefully we get some good actual dates and things about Pyro. Keep in mind, Pyro will be on like a public test server from October 31st, it sounds like. But they're going to say you're going to need the ship goodies package thing, or you're going to have to be like one of their top testers. Luckily, I'll probably be... Anyway, how to fix a slow bingo? No, but... I might make a more clear guide on saying that people can like screenshot it and manually tick off what ones they have. What I might do is I might at the start. There you go. It's going out of full screen. I might do a thing where at the start of it, people register their cards. So maybe I'll do it through like a Google form. Or through the Discord or something. People will be able to like, they'll go to their generate their card essentially, take a screenshot, and then paste it in a channel on our Discord. And then you can sit there and sort of mark it off at your own leisure, and then post if you get like a winning one, post that in that same channel, and that way I'll be able to cross it off over your initial one. That way we can make sure we don't get any cheeky buggers. Yeah, no, thanks for everyone being awesome. I was a bit stressing out about all this, about if we were going to get it all work and if the tech stuff was going to work. And we had a little bit of a hiccup with getting some serious lag with the bingo website. But no, it all worked and everyone was great. And, we all got to do dumb jokes without any weird toxicity and stuff coming in here, which is pretty surprising for Star Citizen, to be honest. Everyone, it went on pretty smoothly and everyone was pretty lovely. I've got more ships to give out as well. I'll probably have another 4 ships probably to give away tomorrow. So I think that's probably like more than we even gave away today. So there's still heaps going on. Yeah. And as usual, my name's DedLeader, and I'll see y'all out there in the verse. I'm gonna go sleep.